Good morning, Ms. Boy.
Good morning, Chair. Commissioners, maybe if we can start with some housekeeping. Commissioners, this week we'll be making reference to the Eriton exhibits. So just so that you have everything in your possession, we'll be making use of 3 exhibits files in particular. The first is the stain exhibit file. The second is the exhibit file which is titled Boyson's case number, and it has docket and Khan disciplinary on its spine. The third is, it also says exhibit file, and there it has IPID investigation. But for now, while we arrange that everything be organized,
I don't see the one that says IPID.
we'll ensure that it's available by tea.
Oh, all right.
But for this morning,
Just check all of them, yeah. I've
Yes.
seen stain, I've seen something else, and but IPID I don't see. Maybe it's there.
all right. We'll check over tea. But for this morning, you will need the exhibit file with the docket and the disciplinary, Khan disciplinary, as well as the stain exhibit bundle. And then you'll also need the statement of Colonel Sebole, and you would have also received a supplementary statement.
So is the reference to General Khan on the spine?
Yes, it says exhibit bundle, then it says Boyson's case 9807-2021, and it says docket and Khan disciplinary.
The statement, it's the original statement.
Yes, it's the original statement, and your files should have also the supplementary, which is 4 pages.
4.
I did see an electronic version of the supplementary. I'll have a look on the hard copy.
If I'm not,
I think the best is for us to just adjourn for a while. I won't indicate a time, and then you'll tell us when to come back.
all right, thank you, Chair.
If the attorneys have to go upstairs to get everything, so be it.
Thank you.
Are we sorted, Ms. Boy?
Chair, let's try this again. So in front of you, Chair, and Commissioners, there should be a file which has the witness statement. You will see that an updated index has been inserted, and the supplementary statement starts at page 6 of that bundle. If you turn around, you will see the exhibit bundle. The first is the stain exhibit. The second, it should say exhibit file, Boyson's case number, with the Khan disciplinary in one file. The third is IPID, and it's another exhibit file. It shouldn't have that witness name up top. That is just an error. And then the third is, it just has a Boyson's case number. It's where the presentation is situated. So those are the files we'll be making use of.
Now they are in order. Thank you very much, Ms. Bowe.
And then for the purposes of going through the supplementary, I'd ask that you take the file with the presentation. We'll be dealing with the supplementary statement alongside that presentation. Colonel, in front of you.
Just the file with the presentation. What is it called? 273.
It's the fourth file. Colonel, in front of you should be your witness statement, and the supplementary is inside at page 6. And then please have handy the file with the presentation. It's the 4th file.
Good morning, Colonel.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Let's take the oath again. Please place your full names on record.
Nkwana, Joseph Sebole.
Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Colonel.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Colonel, can we first confirm your supplementary affidavit? If you go to page 6 in that file, the statement file, can you confirm that this is a statement that you prepared for purposes of your testimony this morning?
That is correct, Commissioner.
And if you go to page 9, can you confirm that that is your signature at the end of that statement?
Indeed, it is mine.
And can you confirm that the contents of the statement are true and correct?
Yes.
Colonel, we can start going through your statement. When we get to paragraph 3, we'll start looking at it alongside the presentation. And Chair, Commissioners, just to note that the presentation was not prepared by Colonel Sebole. It was prepared by an analyst within their office for purposes of the investigation, but it's a presentation that Colonel Sebole is familiar with. Colonel, can you confirm that?
Yes.
Colonel, if you can then proceed to paragraph 1 of your statement.
On 2021-07-09, during the investigation of Poison Cast 98 of 7-2021, I confiscated the cellular telephones of Marumo Mohana, Boy Steve Pakula, Samuel Mashaba, and Tumelo Nku as part of the investigations. The devices were placed in the following forensic cell bags. PA.
Colonel, it's not necessary to read those bag numbers. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner.
You can then proceed to paragraph 2.
All the confiscated cellular telephones were subjected to forensic downloading and analysis. Upon receipt of the downloaded data and corresponding forensic report, I, together with my analyst, examined the contents of the devices. During the analysis, it was discovered that one of the screenshots found on the device of the accused person contained the communication between Philip Plain, who was saved in the device as Tumelo Nku, and individuals identified as Alpha.
Thank you, Colonel. Commissioners, just to deal with the identity, Philip Plain, if you can go to page 15 of the presentation. Colonel, can you confirm that that is what you're talking about?
That is correct.
And what methods did you use to determine that Philip Plain is Mr. Nku?
Then the true caller
And that would be the first screenshot there.
That will be the first screenshot.
Okay. Thank you, Colonel. Then you can go to...
Subject to necessary redacting, aren't we going to be flighting these?
My apologies, Chair, it was just a slight delay.
Just before I spoke, it was not up.
Yes.
Thank you. And who is it that we see on the... Is it one person or is it two people?
The images,
Yes.
the images
do you
does
know-
not reflect to the owner of the
Oh,
cellular telephone.
okay,
Those were part of, that was found inside
okay.
the screenshots.
Colonel, are you saying that the two pictures of that person is somebody else?
I can say, because these pictures are just found inside this cell phone, it's someone else.
It's somebody else completely.
Yes.
Or were they included to show the clothing brand name?
I can just confirm to say, maybe they were showing
Can we
the...
please short second this? Is that Mr. Nku that we see in the middle photo and the photo on the right?
Yeah, if I still recall, it is Mr. Nku.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. And then we can move to paragraph 3 of your statement.
The communications referred to General Mashaba of Hawks. Further examination of Tumelongu's contact list revealed that the person saved as General Mashaba of Hawks was identified as Samuel Mashaba. This information was extracted from the digital evidence obtained during the forensic examination of the confiscated cellular telephone and formed part of the material considered during the investigation.
Paragraph 4.
Further examination of Tumelongu's device revealed several screenshots containing communications relating to vessels, containers, and piers. The communications include the discussion regarding the taking of photographs of container and its seal.
And its seal.
And its seal.
Okay.
The sentence must end with its seal.
Thank you, Colonel. Colonel, if we could then go to page 7 of the presentation. Oh, my apologies, page 6.
Page 6.
Yes. You explained during your last appearance that from the devices, you noted screenshots from a particular app called Trima.
Yes.
Is this then what is being referred to on this page? If you look, it says, during the analysis of the images that were saved on the above device, I then discovered the following screenshots of messages saved from an encrypted messaging application. I then searched for keywords which related to shipment of containers in relation to Boyson's Cass, where illicit drugs were found inside a container.
That is correct.
And can you confirm that those were the words that were searched in the devices?
That is correct.
And then on page 7, can you confirm that that is what Trima looks like?
That is correct.
And can you then explain why it is that an individual would rely on screenshots from Trima and not the actual application itself?
Can you rephrase that question?
You noted in the presentation, you note an explanation that Trima is unique in that it doesn't keep messages.
Correct.
Is that then the reason why you rely on screenshots?
That will be the reason.
Thank you.
Let's check at page 6. Is that you who's giving a description, or is it the analyst who's speaking at page 6?
This is what we're doing with the analyst, Commissioner.
Okay. Maybe Ms. Baloyi, if we could just get a fuller explanation of this Trima app, because there is an explanation at that end paragraph at page 6. We are not all familiar with it, so maybe how it works and why we've got the kind of screenshots we have on page 7.
All right. Colonel, if we can then take a step back and maybe let's start here. You noted that there were different messaging applications that were used by the individuals.
Yes.
One of which was Trima.
That is correct.
Can you explain to the commissioners what Trima is?
Can I just go through the
Yes,
description and when we're doing the analysis, because it will be... Yes.
Maybe, Colonel, to assist you, look at the last paragraph on that page, on page 6.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
The messaging app, which most of the screenshots were taken from, okay, not this one. Trima messaging application uses encryption, open source technology, and doesn't require an email or phone number to sign up. It protects your metadata and permanently deletes messages after they are sent. The images below are from the application Trima with ID, as it does not use phone number.
If messages are deleted after sending, what would you have been able to retrieve then? Can you please explain how that works?
Okay. That is why they are captured on. He might be using.
In fact, not just deleted. It says permanently.
One will need to either save it on its screenshot so that he can forward it to the next person. So that is why it was saved on Mashaba, on Tumelongu's phone, because he wanted to relate what is in the message to the other person.
So all that you retrieved were those texts in respect of which screenshots were taken.
Screenshots were taken.
So if there had been no screenshots, you would have found nothing.
Nothing. That is correct, Commissioner.
All right, okay.
Colonel, let's just take a step back. It can be that they disappear after they are sent, because then the person they are sent to won't see them. Surely the proper explanation must be after the recipient has read it, then it disappears.
That is correct.
Because the recipient must at least read it. Because if it disappears when it's sent, then the recipient can read it. I understand it to be that it disappears automatically after it is opened and read, so that when you look at it again, it's not there. And the only way you can keep it is if you use another phone and you take the screenshot of the very first message.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Perhaps more clarity on that. The reference to deletion after sending, that's about the sender, is it not?
It's about
on the sender's device.
It's just like a view once, Commissioner.
No. I want to take it step by step. So on the sender's device, it disappears or gets deleted. So on the recipient's side, it is, as you say, like a view once.
Correct.
So it gets killed on both sides.
Not definitely sure about the sender. But what I'm sure of, once I have read it, then it's done. It's no longer appearing on me. But with regard to the sender, That one I won't confirm, Commissioner.
Then the statement that it's what, it protects your metadata and permanently deletes messages after they are sent. So the reference to sending does not make much sense then, if you are not able to comment on that side, that is the sending side.
Yes, on the sending
Do you get
side.
what I mean? Do you get what I mean? Because I read this to suggest that it disappears after it has been sent.
It has been
I'm not mindful of the point Commissioner Khumalo made, but there seems to be something that's sought to be made out of the reference to sent, which to my mind suggests that it disappears on the side of the sender as well. So it's not just a question of the view once on the recipient side. Am I making sense?
No, Commissioner.
Otherwise it wouldn't make sense to refer to sending or sent. You want me to start again?
No, Commissioner, I think what I will state,
Yes.
I'm saying, I am the sender.
Yes.
I'm saying it to the Commissioner.
Yes.
The Commissioner must read it and it's gone with him. It must not link the Commissioner with me.
Yes.
In fact, it creates a state wherein...
But and I've heard that. And what happens on your side, you the sender? What happens on your side? Does it remain on your device?
Commissioner, this one, I think it will depend because we don't know the sender to how many people is he sending.
No, let's just assume
because
the
it's
example.
photos.
No. Let's just assume the example you have given, which is just two people you have sent to me.
Correct.
What happens on your side? Does it disappear or not?
That one, it has not yet been tested, but the belief is it can't disappear. It must still remain with me.
Yeah.
The only thing, it delete the connection between me and the person who is receiving.
I'll step off this, but I will again make a point that I've made already, which is that because your focus here in this report is on sent or sending, so I thought the permanent disappearance is on the sender's side. So I'm surprised that you now say...
No, it's on the receiver's side, Commissioner. That is why the receiver...
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Chair, if it's of any assistance, we can ask our analysts to have a look at it. But
we won't have a witness on this, but I'll just read something that Commissioner Baloyi has found on Google. It says, no metadata. The app is designed to leave no data trail. Messages are deleted from the servers as soon as they are delivered. So that to me suggests that it's,
Both sides.
it's dead on both sides.
Correct.
And indeed on the server itself.
Correct, Commissioner.
Yes.
thank you, Chair.
I'm sure a number of people in the country in the country are going to rush for 3 months.
Yes, Chair, you have created a problem after you clarified the disappearance on both sides. Colonel, and then just to confirm on page 7 that that's what TRIMA looks like and it creates IDs.
Yes. On page 7, yes, this is what looked like TRIMA.
And then on page 8 is another example of what those screenshots look like.
Yes.
And just to confirm, the first screenshot comes from which application? On the left, the first one on the page.
The one that starts with Salam.
Yes, is that a TRIMA screenshot?
Yes. No.
And
This one is not Trima, it's WhatsApp messages.
Colonel, if you look at there are two sets, right? The far left is one, and you can see the colors are different from the second and third one, which appear to be from WhatsApp. Or am I misreading that?
The one that starts with EB. The middle
Yes.
one says EB, and
The first one starts at the top, it says alpha. Can you see that?
yes,
I'm asking, is that a screenshot from Trima? Maybe to assist you, Colonel, if you go to page 11, there are other screenshots that, according to the presentation, are from Trima. Can you see that it looks like the first one?
yes. The page 8 one and the page 11 one are the same.
Yes, so those are from?
They are from Trima.
And then the second and the third, those ones are from?
WhatsApp.
Right, thank you. Now you say,
Second and third on page,
On page 8.
8.
yes,
And we know that the first sequence is from Trima. How do we know that? From looking at this, what tells us?
This is as it was captured on the device.
I guess what I'm asking, Colonel, is how do I know that the first sequence is from Trima and the second sequence is from WhatsApp? I guess the second sequence is more obvious because we are familiar with that format. So it's easy to see why you would say the second one is WhatsApp. What I'm asking is, what is it about the first one? What are the identifying features of the first sequence which tells us this is not WhatsApp, but it's Trima? Is there anything in particular?
When I was with the analyst commissioners, I think if we can also look at the top side of the one that we say is on WhatsApp,
Page?
the page 8.
Okay.
The last two,
Yes.
there is difference between the captions there. The first one, we said it was sent, they got it via Trima, then captured on the screenshots of my Tumelungu. Even the second one, but these ones were captured on the indication on the phone, it shows WhatsApp. But on this one, it shows that it's through those encrypted chats of Trima. But looking at it here, I cannot say here are the features and what. But what I understand, during the downloading, I was told this is Trima, this is WhatsApp, commissioners.
I want to, okay. I want to take you back to a question that was asked by Commissioner Baloyi as to who compiled this report. And you said it was compiled by you and the analyst. I noticed that you have difficulties answering some of the questions we ask around the report. Even as you responded to Commissioner Baloyi, I wondered whether your participation was more assisting the analyst and saying whatever you saw as necessary, but that it was more the analyst who prepared the report. Don't take this badly. It does not impugn your expertise as a colonel in subsec colonel who recently even got him promoted to the position of colonel. It doesn't. But we just want to be sure of the true factual position. Was this compiled by the analyst with you assisting where necessary? As I say, this does not impugn your expertise as a subs officer.
Correct, Commissioner. In fact, the analyst is assisting me. I'm not assisting the analyst.
No. There's a nuance here. We are talking about the preparation of the report. The person who is doing all the analysis and so on and so on. But this is being done for you as the investigator, that I get. But there's a nuance between who is actually the person preparing the report.
The analyst.
That's what I wanted to establish. Thank you very much, Colonel. Then we will understand your lack of knowledge with regard to some of the technicalities better. We will understand that better.
Thanks, Commissioner.
You see what I mean? Thank you.
Chair, just to say that the DPCI did provide us with the downloads of the phones, and how we were able to confirm that this is Trima is that all of these ones that are gray and a light green that have a bell and a little phone icon at the top were all found in the gallery of Mr. Nku's downloads. And if you look at the metadata of it, it specifies just the phone that it was taken. So all of the ones that come from Trima appear like that. And what you can get from it is just the date on which the screenshot was taken and not necessarily when the messages themselves were sent. That's on our end.
Thank you, Ms. Bowen.
Colonel,
Just a minute. Ms. Bowe, may we please be provided with a very short affidavit from the analyst, specifically on how we identify what's what with regard to the texts.
yes, Chair.
Short affidavit.
Our analyst or
yes.
DPCI analyst?
The
DPCI.
yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Yes, we'll do so.
Yes, DPCI, yes. Yes, you may continue, Ms. Bowe.
Colonel, you then say in paragraph 3 that you were able to ascertain that the individual saved as General Mashaba of Hawks was Mr. Mashaba, who was one of the suspects in this case.
Correct, Commissioner.
Can we then go to page 9? My apologies, actually, page 10 of the presentation where you explain how this determination was made. Can you explain briefly how you were able to match Mr. Mashaba, that this was indeed the person who was one of your suspects?
Okay, page 10 says, the following conversation was extracted from WhatsApp conversation, saved as chat 168 on 2021-03-04 at about 04:19. TN Tumelongu says the following. Salam boss, may I please come through at 9 a.m. The general just asked me to pass by him at 7 a.m. Then he says, see page 2
Yes.
of 72.
Colonel, just a reminder, on the second bullet point, please don't read out the name.
Okay, all right. On 2021-04-02 at 1303, EB Boss, there are the names, says the following: where is General? Then on 2021-06-21, 0957, Tumelongu is quoted as saying, sorry boss, been busy with Mashaba. The above quoted message confirmed that the two individuals are the same on the above and on many screenshots saved on the devices as they both addresses Samuel Mashaba as General. There is also a voice note on the audio of Samuel Mashaba's device where an individual is mentioning the name General. There is the...
So in the purpose of your analysis, your conclusion was that where EB Boss and Mr. Nku talk about General or General Mashaba, that it is a reference to the suspect in your case?
It is referred to the suspect in the Boysen case, 9/8/7/2021.
General, sorry, Colonel, I'm struggling to see how you connect this Mashaba, this General Mashaba that is referred to in the WhatsApp messages to your suspect. Can you maybe just explain again what is it that makes you connect him and say it is the same person?
If we can go to paragraph 3 of my statement.
Of the statement.
The communication referred to General Mashaba of Hawks. Further examination of Tumelongu's contact list revealed the person saved as General Mashaba of Hawks was identified as someone. In fact, in the communication of Tumelongu, the person who has been identified, who between
Mr. Nku and EB
Mr.
Boss.
Nku and
EB?
Alpha,
Okay.
EB. It shows that the person is saved in Nku's phone as Samuel Mashaba. That is what we have picked up on this communication, that when they are talking about the General of Hawks, they are referring to the person who's saved as who's Samuel Mashaba, but the communication indicates the other names.
Okay, so just to be clear, in Mr. Nku's phone, you have Samuel Mashaba, a contact, as one of the contacts. Is that?
No. In Mr. Nku's phone, he's saved as General. Then that number that is saved as General belongs to Samuel Mashaba.
Okay, so you check, when you check, you find the number that is saved under General Mashaba of Hawks is in fact the number of Samuel Mashaba.
Correct,
You were
Commissioner.
able to make that link.
Correct, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you, I understand.
Just to be clear, without reading it out, that number is the one we see on page 4 of the presentation. Do you see that on page 4? There's the person, there's the name, the ID, the rank, and then the cell phone number.
Correct, Commissioner.
That's the cell phone number that is saved in other devices as Mashaba General Hawks.
Correct, Commissioner.
Colonel, if we can then go to paragraph 4 of your statement.
Further examination of Tumelongu's device revealed several screenshots containing communications relating to vessels, containers, and piers. The communications include the discussion regarding the taking of photographs of a container and its seal.
All right, Colonel, just to clarify, were these just general chats and not specific to the Boyson's case? The ones that you're referring to in this paragraph?
Commissioners, if I may state, because this communication date back to May 2021, which clearly indicates that these people have been monitoring certain containers before the Boyson's one. There is communication, they date back to 21 May 2021, which also, upon discovery, we realized that their operation was successful on that day.
And just to go through some of those examples, Colonel, can we go to page 11 of the presentation?
Correct.
So if you look at the first screenshot, can you explain to the commissioners what we see there?
The first screenshot, it starts by saying, can you get the pics of the container and seal? The longer you take with it, the more nervous they get.
And you, sorry, Chair. And you say this is communication between who and whom? Who are the people talking here?
This is a screenshot found in Tumelongu, which indicates that the communication is between him and Alpha.
And just to clarify that, if you look at message number, the third one, perhaps at the top, the first participant is Alpha, and then if you look at the third message,
The one that starts with
after the second message, you'll see it says Philip Plain. So that's a quoted message. It
Okay.
shows the other participant.
Philip Plain. On top of Philip Plain is responding to the boss. Philip Plain, commissioners, still takes us back to Tumelongu. Now he's communicating with to the bosses. So it is not going to happen today.
So the boss quotes a message from Philip Plain saying, so it's not going to happen today, right? And you see the message
Yes, the
from
boss,
Philip
yeah.
Plain is, boss,
Boss, the message of Philip Plain is a boss, the driver details, and then, which means Philip Plain now says it's not going to happen today.
No, it's the boss.
The boss, sorry, the boss
The
commissioner.
boss saying so. But what the boss has done is to indicate that he is responding to a much earlier text from Philip Plain.
From Philip Plain, correct,
Yes.
Commissioner.
It appears just above, so it is not going to happen today. If you
Yes.
look at the color coding, that's still the same person as, can you get the pics? The longer you take, same color coding. So it's the boss saying this.
Yes.
Yeah. So what Philip Plain had said is, boss, the driver details still haven't been loaded yet. The guys are monitoring the app, and the forklift guy is our guy.
Correct.
That's Philip Plain.
That is Philip Plain.
Yes.
and Colonel, does,
Sorry, Ms. Bowe, can you just...
Philip Plain or Mr. Nku?
Philip Plain, Mr. Ngui, has not to.
Yes.
Is the evidence, and I'm just trying to understand, to be clear, where do we locate this? Are you saying, is the evidence that this communication is about the Boyson's container or has nothing to do with the Boyson's, but other containers?
Sorry. This communications relates to the 21 May, not the Boyson's one.
No, the heading says the screenshots were captured on 21 May 2021. So you're saying it's other containers
It has other containers,
that
yes.
they're talking about?
Yes.
Thank you.
And from that message of Philip Lane, you are able to identify that Alpha and Mr. Nku at the port have a guy who works as a forklifter.
That is correct.
And then Mr. Nku responds. Can you go take it from there? Where he says other companies are collecting.
Other companies are collecting. As the stack reduced and boxes moved down, we will get the peaks.
Yes, you can continue.
So, big companies, this one is Alpha.
No.
So this
It's Mr. Nku.
This is
Mr. Nku.
This is confusing you, Colonel.
No, it's just that.
It's still.
No, it's still Mr. Nku.
What he's doing here is to respond to the message by Alpha.
By Alpha.
The message that said, "So it is not going to happen today." I say that because you can see right above this response now by Mr. Nku that he has what do you call when you just press the message you want to respond to and then it shows
Recent.
Ms. Poe, Mr. Musigidi, you are younger and more tech savvy, but at least I do follow the conversations. What do you call it when you press a message to which you are responding and then it reflects just above your message?
Yeah,
What's
it's
the
like
technical term for
It's
that?
a quoted text. So the one that you're
Yeah.
responding to appears in small, and your
yes.
response then appears bigger
Yes.
below it.
You get my point?
I get it.
Yes.
I'm with you,
So the
Commissioner.
response now is so it is not going to happen today. That's what he's responding to. So please read then. Big companies don't.
Big companies don't usually, that is Mr. Nku. Big companies don't usually want to incur unnecessary costs. It will probably be a bit later. Don't Barlow run 24. Don't Barlow run 24-hour logistics, which means
Service desk.
Service desk.
service desk. Yes. They should be able to upload the driver details at any moment.
And in response to that, Alpha also takes back to note that it is important for them to get pictures.
It is very important we get that pics ASAP. Other things are running through the head. In fact, their heads, but it says their heads. I think your custom guys need to take this serious. Everything is excuse.
And so, from this screenshot, you're able to identify multiple players.
Then we have the custom guys that is now being introduced on this chat, commissioners.
All right. And then, Commissioners, there are other screenshots. I'm wary of going through all of the screenshots, but this is really to demonstrate that from the screenshots obtained from Mr. Nku, you see different role players. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that other operations have been run at the pier by Mr. Nku and this individual called Alpha.
Correct.
And then just because there's other role players in the third screenshot, can we just go through that quickly?
the third one.
Yes.
Our guys cannot,
That's Alpha writing. Please read then. Am I correct?
yes, Alpha.
Yes.
Our guys cannot even give us pics of the container and seal. I'm starting not believe anything anymore. There's supposed to be, no,
Yes. It's still Alpha. I
yeah,
know.
there's supposed to be.
The bosses?
There's supposed to be the bosses or
Yes.
the bosses at customs. Here, it's still custom. Then,
Just sorry, on that, Colonel, does that then suggest that it's not just ordinary custom officials,
the bosses,
it appears to be senior?
yes.
Okay. And then,
Ms. Boy, it will probably be quicker if you read and you ask the Colonel to confirm. And of course, in respect of each, you indicate who's speaking, who's writing rather.
all right. And the last screenshot, commissioners, that I'd want us to note is on page 12.
And which one of the three?
The first one. And it starts with Alpha talking. If those containers are gone, me and you are in big bleep. Yes. To which Mr. Nku responds and says, those containers are still there, boss. Alpha responds and says, then send the pics with the seal so I can show the people I'm getting heavy threats. Mr. Nku responds and says, give me till 7, boss. I'm pressing all these guys. Alpha responds and says, okay. Mr. Nku says, the guy at Cranes says please be a bit more patient. We'll get pics as they offload. He will move each aside. Colonel, is that then another role player of theirs, the person who works with the Cranes?
That is correct, Commissioner.
And the date is still the same. These are also in respect of 21 May 2021.
Correct, Commissioner.
And another noteworthy thing, Colonel, is that there's always this attempt to get the driver's details in their communications.
Yes.
And what would be the import of that?
Even though I cannot say that much, but the thing is, if we will go further, we will see when the details of the truck and its registration number was also found on the same pics. So I don't know what will they do.
Because that one is quite important. I'm sure you will go through that, Ms. Bowen.
Yes, Colonel, I was just trying to get from you that generally why in these kinds of operations it would be important to get the driver's details. Because the screenshots that we started with, you'll see it started with them discussing the difficulties with obtaining the driver's details, and they're talking about an application where those details would emerge. And as they continue, Mr. Nku again, on the second screenshot at page 12, says, the second message, boss, the driver details still haven't been uploaded yet. The guys are monitoring the app, and the forklift guy is our guy. Can you see that?
Where I'm seated, when they were discussing about the driver commissioners, it seems they will want to acquaint themselves with the person that maybe they can easily manipulate along the way, Commissioners.
All right, thank you. And then in relation to this incident, the May incident, on page 13 of the presentation, you include there a map. Can you explain the significance of this? The map with Mr. Nku's whereabouts. And remember, Colonel,
Okay.
this is still in May.
On this map, it just to indicate that on that same week, the week of the 21st and the 22nd, when they were communicating about the peak of the seal, the container, and all those things, Nku was in the vicinity of Durban. If you look on that map,
And you are still talking May 2021.
May 2021.
You just mentioned the dates. Okay.
Yes,
Okay, all right.
he was on that, in the vicinity of Durban.
Colonel, just to confirm that even page 14 still deals with Mr. Nku being in the vicinity of the harbor in Durban in May.
That is correct.
Then, Colonel, can we go to paragraph 5 of your statement?
In addition, a screenshot of a computer display was found on the device. The screenshot reflected shipment information indicating that the consignment was scheduled to depart on 2021-05-30 and arrive in Durban Harbour on 2021-06-11.
And for that, can we go to page 16 of the presentation? And there it's another screenshot depicting a conversation between Alpha and Mr. Nku. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And in the first picture in that screenshot, because it's not legible, is that what it says there on the far right of the page? It gives the description. It's like a shipping manifest.
Yes, a computer screenshot that indicates the departure time of the vessel from coast West Africa.
And then it indicates where it will arrive and when it will arrive.
It will arrive in Durban Terminal Pier 1.
And so
So
it's,
you've, or rather the essence of what's illegible on the computer screenshot is what's reflected on the far right of page 16. The substance of it, not necessarily everything. Is that it or not?
That is correct.
Okay.
I can even maybe explain to say, this computer screenshot, Commissioners, indicate that comes from the harbour itself. It's a property of Transnet, which means somebody from within Transnet captured this screenshot, forwarded it to this person.
to Alpha.
Yes.
And then in that...
And your investigations, were they not, I'm not going to get into the detail, we are not going to mention names or anything, but were you able to follow up on this? The
I went
computer
to-
information and so on?
Yes, Commissioner. I went to Durban.
If it's going to negatively affect your investigations, you don't have to go into that detail.
I will just state, Commissioner, I went to Durban just to know those, because most of the Commission talk about Pier 1 and Pier 2. I just wanted to know the significance of those piers. Why are they so important in this? Because the direction, some of the communication will say they must direct it to Pier 1. And Pier 1, the Boysen's 1 arrived in Pier 1.
If your answer is yes, we have followed up, or yes, we are following up, that's enough for my purpose.
Yes, we have followed up.
Okay, thank you.
Colonel, just to clarify, Chair is asking about the...
Sorry, Ms. Bowen.
You may well be doing what I want.
Chair is asking about, you know how you just testified that that screenshot comes from the harbour, Transnet in particular, whether you have followed up on who or investigated who all may be involved with that.
I have followed up, Commissioners.
And you were able to establish the source?
Yes, I have established that, Commissioners.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
And then the two talk about Pier 1 and 2, and in particular, Mr. Nku responds and says, boss, can't they get Pier 2? We are going to have to pull another Mission Impossible. And Alpha responds and says, look here, the vessel is already set. Let's do last one, Pier 1. We do a Mission Impossible. I won't put pressure, at least we know the system. And just for our own knowledge, what is significant about Pier 1 and Pier 2? Is there anything?
If you look at that communication, it seems they were worried about, boss, can they get to Pier 2? We are going to have to pull another Mission Impossible. Which means the request is for it not to go to Pier 2, because...
No, the request is for it to go to Pier 2.
Yes.
It seems Mr. Nku's worried about it going to Pier 1. You see, Mr. Nku says, boss, can't they get Pier 2? We are going to have to pull another Mission Impossible. To which Alpha responds and says, look here, the vessel is already set. Let's do last one, Pier 1.
Okay, yes.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right.
Can I just check, without you giving detail that concerns your investigations, I just want to understand what this seems to suggest. And please say if I'm correct. It seems to suggest that someone within Transnet makes the decisions about where the ship should go. It's Pier 1 or Pier 2, and so is able to manipulate where it lands in order to facilitate the scheme of accessing the containers. Am I correct about
That is
the role
correct,
of Transnet people in
Yes.
this? Okay, thank you.
I am not sure, maybe I missed it. I'm not sure what your response to Ms. Bowe's question as to the significance of Pier 1 and Pier 2 is. May I ask this, if you know? It sounds like Mr. Nku is saying it's going to be very difficult for them if the container is or the ship carrying the container offloads at Pier 1. It seems his sense is that it will be much easier if the ship offloads at Pier 2. Do you have any idea as to why that is so?
That is on my own thinking, that maybe when it's a Pier 2, he can easily get whatever you want. Maybe
So why is that so? That's the essence of my question, I guess.
because he is creating this doubt to say, going to Pier 1, we will be doing Mission Impossible. which means everything is possible if it goes to Buyer 2.
You still haven't answered my question. You are restating what he says here and what I said also, or highlighted in my question. Do you know why that is? So if you don't know,
Let me not say that.
there's no problem at all if you don't know.
Yes.
You don't know. Don't feel bad about it. I mean, it's
No,
not,
no.
it's not your area of expertise. You are not involved in shipping, harbors, and all those things. Don't feel bad about it. If you
No, I
don't know,
don't.
you don't
No,
know.
there I don't know.
All right, thank you.
All right, Colonel. Let's then move to the next paragraph in your statement. It's, yes.
Further screenshot dated 2021-0701 were also identified on the device. Based on their content, this screenshot appeared to relate to incident that happened. It should be incident that happened approximately 1 week earlier, which form part of the Isipingo investigation. The screenshots contained communication and information relating to drug prices.
For this paragraph, Commissioners, if you can go to page 18 of the presentation. Colonel, just to confirm, so these screenshots are related to poisons, the Eriton drugs.
It relates to the Eriton drugs, this one, screenshots.
And the first screenshot there, again, it's a conversation between Alpha and Mr. Nku. It begins with a message from Alpha, who says, "I only got to know now." Mr. Nku responds and says, "But what is that container carrying?" Alpha responds, "No idea," and says, "Behind door." Mr. Nku responds and says, "Boss, these people are really making our jobs impossible by the day." And he also responds to the message of Alpha that said "behind the door" and says, "Please ask them, because if they load it on a car or anything that can be mobile from the container, it will be a bust." That's followed by another message from Mr. Nku to Alpha saying, "Boss, please tell the people that avoid any containers with metal or anything automobile. Only load goods or sugar. Anything that goes to Pier 1 or 2 is workable. Remember, there was a bust a week ago. Now we need to go offloading from trucks again." And there's an emoji.
I must just comment that this is really confusing because all of a sudden now there is no problem with Pier 1.
Yes.
When earlier it was going to be mission impossible to access.
Chair, that was in May. I'm not sure what
Things
may have happened between
then
May and
and
July,
July.
which now makes 1 and 2 attractive. So in this screenshot, Colonel, can you confirm that they were speaking about the Boyson's shipment?
Correct.
And it appears there that...
Do we say that? What is it in this line, in this sequence of communication, that tells us that they are speaking about the Boyson's shipment?
Commissioners, it's just that these screenshots, as I've indicated, not everything it's in here. Because there were a lot of communications that was also, so this was done for the purpose of presentations. But for the investigation, but there were a lot of communications between the 1st of July up until the 8th, when the consignment arrived in Ireton. So, but in this instance that we are with here, that this screenshot does not say anything, I will agree. I cannot definitely, based on this, I cannot definitely say it relates to voices. But based on the investigation that we have done, I know what was communicated in here, Commissioners.
So is that based on texts that either followed or preceded what we see here? Is that what makes you to come up with that connection or to make that connection?
That is correct.
Did you actually see those?
Yeah, because I remember there were communications that shows that even on the 4th, because I don't have them here, between the 1st and up until this 8th, there were a lot of, there were something that was happening.
Are you able to explain why those would not have been included? I do hear you that you say that this was a presentation and so on, but I understand it to be a presentation that's capturing everything that was important. So I would imagine to make the connection that this is about Ireton, texts or chats that actually make the connection would have been quite crucial for that purpose. So are you able to tell us why those were not included?
Commissioners, I also tried to get hold of those who are the custodian of this. I was told that certain information cannot be traced back again now.
That's addressing the situation now.
That is
I'm asking you a question that relates to the compilation of this report. I'm saying, do you know why those chats that make the connection to Ireton were not included in this report as part of this presentation?
No, I don't know.
Thank you.
Colonel, would you be able to get us some of those chats or that information that links these conversations better to Ireton so that we can see those links?
Commissioners, I don't want to commit myself on that because I was trying to say, I tried to make follow-ups. Because after even seeing these presentations, I found it necessary that I must also get the full information and in as to what was happening during the time I was investigating, Commissioners. So I don't want to commit myself to say.
Can I ask you this question, Colonel? What in these chats, especially the ones on page 18, leads you to believe that they are connected to the drugs that were discovered, I believe it was on the 9th of July 2021 at Ireton? What in these charts leads you to believe that they are connected to that?
Commissioner, in this chart, none. Say that again? In this chart, I can say no, there is nothing. I don't have anything to back what I was saying up.
Is it fair to say the best that you can do is that the suspects that were identified on that day were communicating in chats and they were communicating about drugs and their shipment into the country? And that's as far as you can go. Looking at these chats, there may be other chats somewhere that are not with us now. But looking at this, it's fair to say that Mr. Nku is communicating with somebody in the week leading up to this date, and they are talking about drugs and shipments and piers at the harbor.
That will be fair, Commissioner.
Commissioners, maybe just to say it may get better once we deal with the other pictures that were retrieved around the same time, because if you read those messages with the pictures that were shared from page 20 and 21, it may better link those conversations.
You are still going
Yeah,
to
asking-
take us, you are
Yes.
still going to take us there.
Yes.
Thank you, thank you.
You're asking us to be patient and quiet, basically.
Commissioners, I dare not ask anyone to remain quiet. And then, Colonel, what is the significance of then the other picture on page 18, the one that was in blue? Where was it? Where did you find that, and what's its significance?
This picture was on the screenshot of Mr. Nkwana.
And was this on the same day as the screenshot of the Trima conversation with Alpha?
This screenshot indicates that it was only taken on the 1st of July. The screenshot, I don't know what the communication was, but the screenshot was taken on the 1st of July.
And what is the significance?
As I indicated, I don't want the communications, I can't, but the significance of the price list of drugs, the one that is reflected in blue, that is the price list of drugs. And then it also reflects that the price list is in euros, not South African
That's
currency.
pounds, that's pounds.
In pounds, sorry, commissioners. Sorry.
All right. And then let's deal with the other screenshots that were found together or in the days after this, the one on the 1st of July. Can you read paragraph 7 of your statement?
Another computer screenshot was identified depicting yellow jersey truck that was indicated as being designated to collect the container. These screenshots were extracted and preserved as part of the digital evidence obtained during the forensic examination of the device. Commissioners.
And to explain this, can we go to page 20 of the presentation?
Yes.
Colonel, the first picture, what is that?
That is the screenshot of the computer.
And that computer, is it the same one that we saw earlier?
Yes, we can see at the bottom there, it will also indicate Transnet.
At the bottom of the picture. And then in the screenshot itself,
No. Where about is Transnet? I don't see.
There is something written in red, commissioners.
yes, can you, there at the bottom? And the detail of what's written in the picture is on the far right of the page.
The
Is that
details-
correct?
Yes, the details on the screenshot, on the computer, is the details of this truck that is found in Ireton, commissioners.
And the picture on the right is what's that picture?
The picture on the right is the truck at Ireton.
And from that, you can see that it corresponds with the picture from Mr. Nku's phone.
It corresponds with the picture from Mr. Ngu's phone, correct, commissioners?
Sorry, what features of it correspond?
The picture, the screenshot of the computer on the left, it has got the details of this truck,
The registration number?
the registration number, and if
No, sorry, I'm asking, Colonel, because this screenshot it's not, I can't quite see the detail of it. So when you say they correspond, I don't know what the reference is to.
Commissioner Baloyi,
because here it is just a photo. What is written on the far right?
On the far
refer-
right, it's the details
The
of,
details of what is happening on this computer commission.
I see.
It shows the gate, tracking company, the license.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I see that.
This is what is reflected on this, commissioners.
And this picture was retrieved from, well, the metadata of it shows that this picture was taken on the 8th. That would be the day before the Ayrton bust.
That was the date before the Ayrton bust.
And then the next picture is on page 21. Just to confirm, Colonel, what's on the left is what was found on Mr. Nku's phone.
This is what was found on Mr. Nku's phone, commissioners.
And again, this is a screenshot from Transnet.
That is correct, commissioners.
And
Oh, to the left, on
To
the
the-
left.
yes,
On the left.
and on the right is a picture of the truck that was involved in the Ayrton scene.
Correct, commissioner.
And
And it's already in a return.
Yes, this was taken when it was in Ayrton.
Is this on the left? Let's just focus on the left. The heading says track and trace. I'm assuming this is how Transnet tracks this truck from Durban to Johannesburg,
That might be correct, commissioner.
because it has the details of the registration number, the time in, time out, and then it has details of where it stops and stuff like that.
Even on the top, commissioner, is the registration number of that one that starts with BEA.
Yes,
Is the registration number of the container.
of the container itself. Thank
Correct.
you.
and Colonel, do you know when this screenshot was taken? Is it the same day as the one that we just looked at on page 20?
The screenshot were found on Mr. Ngus on the 8th before the bust.
Okay. And then in the presentation, now on page 22, you also did a tracking exercise. Can you explain what we're seeing there?
This is what was checked, Mr. Ngu's cell phone through the cell phone towers was tracked along the N3, which indicates that on the same date the track was, it shows, let me just first say, it shows the movement of Mr. Ngu's cell phone.
And
From-
is his the yellow, because there's yellow and blue? Is his the yellow or the blue?
Chair, it's all him, all the colors, it's just different dates.
Oh,
The
Yes.
key is in that little box there. Is that
key-
correct?
That is correct.
Key top right, okay. Top left, I'm sorry, top left.
And so, does this then, what does this show? What was Mr. Nku doing?
This movement was on the same, some of the movement was on the same date. This tracking company was from Durban. And it also shows that on the same date, Mr. Nku was from Durban, either following the track or because he was on the same route as the track.
So you're saying that it showed that he was either following the truck or moving alongside it? Oh.
That can be the
No, I'm asking what.
following it can be,
Following it.
yes.
Do we have the movement of the truck itself that corresponds to this at page 22?
I remember the tracking company, sorry, we had it. Even this screenshot, even though it's not, does not explain, the one on 20, page 21, that says track and trace.
Sorry, so you're saying that page 21 is the movement of the truck?
But it's not that much explanatory as the one that appears on Mr. Mku's cell phone data. But that one I can definitely confirm to say the truck was on the N3 and arrived in Ayrton on the 8th around, if I can still remember, it arrived around 8 in the evening on the 8th. But for now, I don't have anything to back that which I'm saying. But on the day of the investigation, I tracked the movement, which is not attached in here. Commissioners.
For this to make sense, Colonel, the yellow on the 7th of July must be coming down from Gauteng to Durban.
The yellow.
The
Yes.
yellow.
Yellow the truck.
No, I'm not talking about the truck. I'm talking about Mr. Nku's telephone.
Commissioner, I could not.
If we say the blue, maroon, and yellow, if we say that's Mr. Nku, what I'm saying is, for this to make sense, then on the yellow, Mr. Nku must have been coming down from Gauteng to Durban.
That will be correct.
The date being the 7th of July.
If we look.
Then the blue must be Mr. Nku moving from Durban back to Gauteng.
Correct.
That's the date is the 8th of July there.
It is even shown on the left corner, Commissioner.
Then the maroon is the date of the past.
Correct.
Thank you.
Then, Chair, I'm not sure if this is an opportune time to take the tea adjournment, or if we should keep going until past.
Let's continue until past.
All right. And then, Colonel, if you can then go to paragraph 8 of your statement.
Before that, I might have missed the explanation. At page 22, you confirmed to the chair that this is Mr. Nku's movements. The yellow indicates Mr. Nku's movements on the 7th.
From the 7th?
From Gauteng to KZN.
To KZN.
Okay. And then page 23 is the 8th. Okay. So at page 23, the blue is the 8th. Him going, does that mean going back from, I suppose, from Durban to Gauteng?
If I look on the top left-hand side, the blue is reflected on top,
Yes.
dated 2021, 0708.
And is this when the truck came up?
That is when the truck was coming from Durban to Gauteng.
Okay, we know that for a fact. That's when it came up.
That is
Durban.
correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
It must have stopped for quite some time in the Free State. I'm just noting that if you look at the maroons, there's a lot of circling around the Free State on the 9th. So 9/07/2021, if you look at that maroon, Because anything below Vanderbijlpark is the Free State. And then once you get into Gauteng, that's where you are. But you see there's the three, I don't know what you call them, circles
Yeah.
in the Free State, and it appears to be on the 9th. So I'm assuming there's a truck stop somewhere in the Free State where they spent some time before they got into the Gauteng province.
On which page are we, Commissioner?
22. 2. Look at where the blue and the yellow and the red converge. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that's before Vanderbijlpark and slightly before Sasolburg, so it must be the Free State. And then but it's usually a case of if there's a truck stop there, then maybe the truck stopped for quite some time before it moved into the Gauteng province.
Commissioner, sorry, on page 22
Yes,
is the movement of Nku, not of the truck.
yes. No, yeah, so let's focus on Nku's movement. As Chair has said, on the 7th he appears to have gone to Durban. On the 8th he was coming back, and that's the blue circles. And then the red is now the 9th.
Yes.
And you see that there's a lot of movement in that part where red and blue and yellow converge. And then we see later on, if you look at now Aeroton or Johannesburg, there's another, a lot of movement there where you see a lot of red circles next to a lot of yellow circles.
Yes.
But nothing turns on it. It was just a sequence of how they appear to have moved.
And just to confirm, Colonel, just in regards to when the truck left the harbour, if you go to page 21, is that then the time in for the truck and when it then leaves the harbour? Can you see that Transnet track and trace? Is that how we know that it left on the 8th, the truck?
Correct.
Okay. Now you can go to paragraph 8 of your statement.
On 2021-0709, Tumelo Nku,
No, sorry, you say time in is when it left the harbour. What does time out mean?
When the truck,
There's a time in and a time out.
Yes,
So if we are accounting for time in, we have to account for time out as well to complete.
Colonel, I was just clarifying that time in would have been when the truck gets to the harbour and time out being when the truck departs from the harbour.
from the harbour. Correct.
Then you can go to paragraph 8.
On 2021-0709, Tumelo Nku sent Samuel Mashaba location through telegram. The location happens to be Rodicop, Yellow Jersey Logistics. On the same date, Samuel Mashaba called Warrant Officer Pakula from Alberton SAPS. Pukungwana, sorry. He phoned, okay, let me repeat. On the same date, Samuel Mashaba called Warrant Officer Pukungwana from Alberton SAPS, who then, via WhatsApp, gave the contact number of Warrant Officer Mohani of Zongeziswe SAPS to Samuel Mashaba. The same date, then Samuel Mashaba sent Warrant Officer Mohana the location of Yellow Jersey. That was confirmed by Google Earth because he sent the pin drop. Then that pin drop happened to be at Yellow Jersey Logistics Commissioners. Warrant Officer Mohana then called Warrant Officer Pakul. Those are the chats.
Thanks, Colonel. Then
I
let's...
know you'll still go to the pictures, but maybe let me just make sure that I'm not making a mistake in my assumptions. This Samuel Mashaba that is saved is Samuel Mashaba of the Hawks, and you say it is the suspect in Boisons. This is the same person that was referred to in your evidence earlier, as the Gauteng traffic person.
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner.
And Telegram is a social media app similar to WhatsApp and others similar to that, correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Then let's go to page 26 of the presentation. And can you confirm, Colonel, that that was what was retrieved from Telegram? 26 of the presentation.
Yes. It is.
Colonel, sometimes your yes is so soft that I'm not sure if...
Yes, Commissioner,
Yes.
sorry.
Okay, and there you detail the 3 messages, right? So the first one is Mr. Nku sending to Mr. Mashaba the coordinates of Yellow Jersey. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then there's also a message that's sent by Mr. Nku, and the body of the message says we need to go.
Yes.
And then there's a third message that was also retrieved, which is before 6:30. That's the last one. Can you see that?
Yes.
And this happens on the 8th, the day before,
The day before.
at 22, well, between 22:25
That is correct.
and 22:28.
22, yeah, 28.
That's the last message.
That is correct.
And why do we not have the communications themselves?
Communications.
Why do we have somewhat of a narrative about them? Why do we not have the communications themselves?
This is what was...
From Telegram itself, in the same way you've been showing us what comes from Threema and also what comes from WhatsApp. Here we are having a narration or narrative or explanation. Why do we not have the chats or communications themselves on Telegram?
I don't want to commit myself, but my understanding is like Threema. Also, my understanding is this Telegram is sometimes encrypted. But the line of communication...
Ms. Boy, am I making sense, or is it I who's not understanding this? It seems to me to be an explanation or narration, and
Yes.
not the communications themselves. That's what I'm
Yes.
trying to communicate to the Colonel. The Colonel does not seem to be understanding me.
Colonel, do you, if we can go to page 8 of the presentation. Ne? Remember, you told us that for Threema, we would see these kind of screenshots, so
Correct.
that's from the app. And then from WhatsApp, because we're familiar with it, it's the 2 on that page.
Correct.
You see. Now, for the extraction from Telegram, what we have is what looks like a narrative of this person sent this at this time and what the body of the message sent, and not the actual extraction of or a picture or depiction of the actual application. Chair is asking why this is.
I can't explain, Commissioners.
And then, Colonel, you On page 27, we see there the calls that Chief Mashaba makes to Warrant Officer Phokungwane,
Yes,
and then the call that's then made to Warrant Officer Makhan.
correct.
So that's just a representation of what you said in paragraph 8.
Yes.
Okay. Just to
You say
clarify,
it is calls made by?
calls made by Mr. Mashaba.
What does it mean that the first part of it shows the name of Phokungwane and then Mashaba follows after that and then Makhano?
If you look at the arrow, if you see the second one, the one that says Mashaba, Samuel Mashaba, you see the arrow goes up to Phokungwane to depict the call. Is that correct, Colonel?
It shows, in fact, what happened here. Mashaba phoned Phokungwane.
And you say we see that on this depiction by what? By the arrow facing up from Mashaba, it goes up to Phokungwane. Is that what tells us that Mashaba called Phokungwane on the day?
Then Mashaba, Phokungwane is on top.
Yes,
Then in the middle is Mashaba.
yes.
At the bottom is Mohana.
Yes. So we just
The
need
gre-
confirmation that it's Mashaba who calls Phokungwane. How do we see that? Is it the arrow?
There is this screenshot. There is this, the one in blue before this.
Yes.
If we look on top, it shows this one of Albert. The first one I think is for Phokungwane. Let me check.
I do not see any names that I recognize there. You are referring to the one right at the top. That's blue and light blue.
If we
You are
can,
referring to that.
okay, Commissioner, let me just
I
make
don't
it
see
simple.
any. I do not see any names that I recognize.
The first one on this arrows, on this one.
Yes,
If
yes,
we-
bottom. The
Let's
one
look at the number that will end with 794.
Yes, I see that just above the
On
name.
top of that screen, there is the 714 number, 2794.
So on that table, Commissioners, where it indicates the two participants of the chat.
Oh,
It starts with
now
a
I see.
number.
Now I see. Yeah.
Yes. And if you look, the first number, which ends with 794, if you look at the diagram there, it shows you that the number of, the record number of Warrant Officer Phokungwane is the one that ends with 794. You see that? Similarly, the second participant in that conversation, the number ends with 598. And if you look at the picture again, you'll see that it's for Mr. Mashaba, Chief Mashaba. And then the other number is 347, which is not in this that's not in the blue table. The blue table is only the communication between Mashaba and Phokungwane. Is that correct, Colonel?
The blue one
Yes,
is Mashaba and
Phokungwane.
yeah, it's Mashaba and Poku. It seems it's Phokungwane and Mohana. But I can be corrected because it was not mine who drafted this. But the issue is Mashaba called Phokungwane called, sent the WhatsApp to Mashaba. Then Mashaba started communicating with
Makhan.
Mahan. If we can also, I don't know as to whether maybe I'll be jumping.
Can I just try to, in fact, I would like to have your confirmation. Does this suggest that Chief Mashaba called Pukungwana, that's the first raid going up towards Pukungwana? Am I correct?
That is correct.
And then there's the blue far right going down. So Pukungwana called Mokhano, correct?
Let me just say it can be correct, Commissioner.
You are supposed to be interpreting this for us. I'm following the arrow.
Yes, I'm also following, but I cannot commit myself because I did not, but what I know on the on
if
the chart.
we do a correlation with your confirmation with regard to the first raid going up, then it's only logical that the blue coming from the line where Pukungwane is must mean that Pukungwane called Mokhano.
Correct.
And then Mokhano called Pukungwane. That's the long raid going up from the line where Mokhano is. There's a long raid going all the way up to where Pukungwane is. Correct? So so Mokhano also called Pukungwane.
It is reflecting like
See,
that.
I seem to understand your graph or whatever this thing is. Not a graph. Your figure, I seem to understand it better than you do.
Correct. You are correct, Commissioner.
And then,
Sorry, Ms. Bill. I'm anxious that we get a proper explanation of these graphics. The Colonel has just agreed with the chairperson that Mokhano speaks to Pukungwana, calls Pukungwana, but paragraph 8 of the statement doesn't say that. So I'm just anxious that we end with evidence that is questioned on the basis that it's not reliable because of the witness uncertainty. Is there a reason that we can't get a proper explanation from the analyst what all of this mean?
there is no reason that we can't get the analyst, and we will get the analyst.
Yeah, and our focus earlier was on the one aspect we were dealing with then. So, yeah, the analyst must just cover everything because the witness testifying on these things does not seem to understand them perfectly himself. We are trying to make sense of what we see.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah.
No, we appreciate that. For purposes of proceeding, Chair, my proposal is that we focus largely on the statement and complete, and then we call or obtain a comprehensive statement from the analyst. That way we can avoid confusion.
Yes. So basically they must explain everything.
And Chair, we went beyond 11:30. Might this be an opportune time to take the
Let's
TSN?
adjourn and resume at 12 o'clock.
Please make sure your devices are off or on silent. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Bowen.
Chair, my proposal is to allow the witness to read the rest of the supplementary statement. There will be one or two questions after that, and then for a comprehensive explanation of the presentation, we will endeavor to call the analyst to provide that
Yes,
testimony.
that makes perfect sense.
But there is one other picture I just want the Colonel to deal with from the presentation. Colonel, if we can go to paragraph 9. Oh, my apologies, Colonel. Can you switch on your mics and then we can start again?
Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Sorry. On 2021-07-07, there were images saved in the gallery of Tumelo Mku of 3 black bags which looked similar to the one found in the black buggy at Ireton. On 2021-07-07, Tumelo Mku was in Durban. The cell phone towers placed him that he was in Durban and the container was still in Durban.
And then just to give a visual representation of that, Commissioners, we can go to page 30 of the presentation. Colonel, just confirm that the first 3 pictures were those seen or retrieved from Mr. Nku's phone,
That is correct.
and they were dated the 7th of July 2021,
Correct.
and that would have been 2 days before they arrived at Ayrton.
That is correct.
And the picture on the far right is the packages that were retrieved in Ayrton and loaded onto Warrant Officer Magano's bakkie.
That is correct.
And your suspicion is that... Oh, my apologies. Can you please explain what it is that we're seeing?
The first 3 images that were found on Tumelongu's cell phone and the images that are on this black buggy are the same, Commissioners.
Can you state that? Are you able to state that categorically?
Not the same person. There are similarities in terms of packaging, Commissioners.
And if you look at the pictures themselves, can you tell with the first 3 pictures where they're taken from? Just judging by the container they're in.
Commissioners, when I was looking at that, these 3 pictures, to me, they seem to have been taken inside the container.
You say this was on the 7th, the download itself, or what you found in the phone, it was on what date?
On the 7th.
Okay. And that was before the container got to Gauteng?
That was before the container got to Gauteng.
Thank you.
Then,
Sorry, Commissioner.
Oh.
They indicate they were saved on the 7th.
Yes, thank you. That's what I was
Okay,
clarifying.
thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. And from the phone, did you establish whether Mr. Nku took the phone with that device, or was it pictures that were sent to him? Was there anything in the metadata that explained where the pictures came from?
These were not sent. It seems even if they were sent, it's either they were sent and saved in the gallery, because this was found in the gallery of the phone, not as sent.
Oh, so they were found in the gallery. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you, Colonel. Then we can go back to your statement.
Is it the same for the van with those plastic bags?
There are similarities between
Okay.
these pictures and the one in the black bag
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
in terms of packaging and wrapping.
Thank you.
Commissioners, I don't think the picture here is the best. Perhaps if we can check the stain exhibit bundle. The pictures start at page 4. Sorry, Kana, did you find it?
Page 4.
Yes. Yes, the best picture of the bags is at page 4, and a close-up is at page 5.
Yes.
I think at the corner there you can see that the duct tape that was used has particular markings. Is that the similarity you're referring to? Or what is the similarity that you say exists between the two pictures?
I'm referring to the same, to say there are similarities in terms of wrapping.
Okay.
Let's also confirm that what is the picture on page 4? Where is it taken? Page 4 of the stain bundle, if you would just explain.
These pictures reflect the one at Ireton,
Okay,
the one that I was investigating.
thank you.
Thank you, Colonel. If we can then return to your statement from paragraph 10.
On 2021-07-08, the truck was released from the port of Durban to Gauteng. The same day, Tumelongu traveled to Gauteng. This is clear indication that Tumelongu was monitoring the truck.
Colonel, you can continue. We've already dealt with these aspects earlier.
Analysis of the location data associated with Tumelongu's cellular telephone indicated that on 2021-05-21 to 2021-05-22, the device was in the same vicinity in Durban. The date corresponds with the cellular telephone communication in which requests were made and the photo of the photograph and the container. The communication attributed to an individual identified as Alpha. 12. Further analysis of the extracted data revealed that on 2021-05-25, a screenshot was found in which the individual identified as Alpha requested Tumelongu to pick him up, and analysis of cellular telephone record and associated cellular tower data for Tumelongu's device indicated that on the same day, the device was located in the vicinity of Bedfordview.
Yes, you can continue.
Analysis of the cellular data records revealed communication and contact information indicated that Tumelongu and Samuel Mashaba were acquainted with one another. The record reflects the interactions between the two individuals date back to 2019. I have carefully reviewed IP report concerning the investigation conducted against myself and my colleagues. Upon the consideration of the report, it appears that the recommendation therein were based primarily on complaint by Mashaba, Mohana, and Pakula. Furthermore, the allegation and complaint appear to have supported by statement of information provided by Lieutenant Colonel Maluleke, Sergeant Pakula, and Sergeant Sapi. The Commission do not appear to have adequately considered the objective evidence obtained during the investigations, including the digital forensic investigation and the cellular telephone data records. It is my view that a proper assessment of all available evidence should have been undertaken before any conclusion or recommendations are made.
Colonel, before you move on to deal with the next report, at paragraph 16, you indicate that had there been adequate consideration of objective evidence obtained during the investigation, did you provide the docket to IPID?
As I indicated, the last time I indicated that the only communication I got from IPID, it was at the initial stage of my investigation to the matter. From there on, I have never received any communication from IPID up until the date I was made to submit a warning statement.
Perhaps a more direct question, did IPID request the docket from you?
The caller was requesting the docket, yes.
And your response was?
Can that communication be on emails or be directed to my office, not me?
According to the IPID investigator, they did send a request to your supervisors and they refused to provide the docket.
It is strange, commissioners. That will be strange to me because I've never get that communication.
My apologies, Colonel, you said?
I said, in my response to that, it will be strange because I was never told. The only time I heard of IPID was when I was submitting the warning statement.
So what, you're saying that it is strange that they wouldn't have been provided with the docket?
Strange
or
that
what
I was
is strange?
Strange that my supervisors that you are mentioning never communicated such to me.
All right.
If my recollection is correct, I think Director Maposho. Yes. Is it Maposho? No. Yes. Director Maposho says that it's a she. Says that she contacted you directly, that she asked for the docket. You said that she must come over and an arrangement was made for her to meet you to pick up the docket. Am I correct in my recollection, Ms. Bowe?
Yes, it's...
So that differs from what you have just said now. And when she got there, you were not there. That's what she says.
I can't remember her, Commissioner.
Maybe, Chair, just to read what she says from her statement.
Please.
She says, on 21 October 2021, I made contact with the investigating officer of DPCI, Captain Sebole, requesting the copy of the docket. He said we must come to his office at Germiston on the 22nd to collect it. My colleague and I went to Germiston as agreed, but to our surprise on arrival, Captain Sebole was not in the office. He was contacted on his cell phone and he indicated that he was not going to give IPID copy of the docket. The matter was escalated to Brigadier Sekhobela, Captain Sebole's commander, and she said she will talk to Captain Sebole and she will give us feedback. A follow-up was made with Brigadier Sekhobela on her cell phone, but was always on voicemail, and she never returned the call.
You see, that differs altogether from what you are saying.
I received only one call requesting the docket. I gave the direction, but on the appointment, I can't remember making any appointment.
There's a difference between not remembering and not ever having made the arrangement. Which is which?
I've never made any arrangement with them.
All right.
How does it normally work, Colonel? And my question assumes that you've had before this, you had previous engagements with IPID about other cases. When they do their investigation, how does it work, their engagement with the SEPs for purposes of getting information? Do they ask for a docket, and do they ask for it from the investigating officer? What are those processes, if you know?
In this instance, I think what they are saying there, that is the correct procedure, that they communicate with the office. The office referring to the Office of the Provisional Commander, which is, in this case, Brigadier Sebole. Or they should have communicated with the unit command, which in that case was Colonel Zondi, who will then call me to the office to say, come with this docket, there is something that is needed. Because if that cannot happen that way, I will share information in the docket with each and everyone that comes to the office. And they should have, at least communication should have be done not telephonically. They should have write to the office that this is the matter we are investigating. We understand your office is investigating the same. We have got a complaint on the matter. Can we meet? That is what was supposed to happen. But that wasn't, I was never informed that there is a letter or communication of that.
Before this Boyson's case, have you personally been involved with this process of IPID, where you were the investigating officer and they required information?
Yes.
And how did that process go? How, to get your access to your information, how did it play out?
Access to information must just follow through the correct procedure, not to the IO direct.
So in previous case that you've done, is that what happened?
It happens like that way.
Okay, they communicated formally.
No cell phone contact, commissioners.
Yes.
So there should be a paper trail to say there was this communication.
Yes.
Because we sometimes, as investigating officer, we get strange calls that seek information in our dockets.
Okay, thank you.
Just to say, Colonel, IPID did send formal communication. Ms. Maposho indicated that on the 28th, an email was sent to General Kadwa seeking his intervention, and a meeting was arranged between IPID and DPCI for the 5th of November 2011. And on the 4th of November, at 1500 hours, the staff officer of General Kadwa called and said the meeting was cancelled due to unavailability of General Kadwa and legal services. However, there was no other date provided. IPID also sought intervention from General Libya and requested assistance there. A letter was drafted on the 24th of November. General Libya did not assist with the request. Instead, he indicated that IPID must investigate without copies of the docket. So they did follow procedure in trying to obtain copies of the docket, but
That is
ultimately
correct.
didn't succeed. And do you have any observations why it would be that DPCI at all its ranks refused to assist IPID?
I can't respond for General Kadwa for not adhering to the request, and also for General Libya for not. But I think the direction to General Libya was for IPID to investigate, of which I don't know how they communicated commissioners. So I can't comment on.
And so you're saying that neither General Brigadier Sebole or General Kadwa or even General Libya at any point talked to you about IPID's communication?
Commissioners, the only time I got a call from General Libya was when I was in Limpopo to sign the letter for misconduct, nothing else.
The letter for misconduct related to this investigation?
To this investigation.
Oh. So that would have been at the point that IPID had made a recommendation?
That is maybe correct.
That may be correct.
I don't know what
Okay.
made them come to that decision, commissioners, but indeed there is a communication between them and the office. Maybe they were aggrieved by the outcome of their meetings with my bosses, then they ended up reaching that conclusion.
All right. You can continue with the statement. Let's deal with what Major General Gerber had to say. Paragraph 18.
I have also reviewed the findings of Major General Gerber. According to his finding, he was unable to identify any evidence that would warrant the findings of misconduct against against any DPCI members implicated in the IPT report. The findings indicate after the consideration of evidence available, there was no evidentiary basis to support allegations of misconduct against implicated members. This finding should be considered alongside all other evidence and report relevant to the matter.
Now, if you go to Major General Gerber's report, let's go to the stain exhibit file. The report itself starts at page 81. Have you found it?
Yes, Commissioner.
You will see there that General Gerber, General Gerber found, my apologies, if we can go to page 106, that's where the findings are. Are you there?
Yes, Commissioners.
So you'll see the first finding relates to the fact that he or she found no evidence indicating wrongdoing on the part of the DPCI members, including yourself.
Correct.
Right? And the findings also that you acted bona fide within the scope of your mandate of the DPCI. However, she goes on to say that there were fundamental administrative errors made by the investigators assigned to the team and highlighted.
Sorry, which paragraph is that?
It's just after the list of names. Can you see that?
After?
After the list of names, so
Okay,
lists
yes.
you, Lieutenant Colonel Sebole, and then
Yes,
says,
okay.
in any wrongdoing. So the sentence starts with, I could find no evidence implicating any of the following members, list the members in any wrongdoing. Goes on to say, on the contrary, they acted bona fide and within the scope and mandate of the DPCI. There were fundamental administrative errors made by the investigators assigned to the team, and I highlight this although they have no bearing on the IPID recommendations. You see that?
Yes.
And there she lists 7 fundamental errors.
Yes.
And in your statement, when you deal with this report, you don't deal with these. So can we have a look at them?
Yes, I'm looking at it.
Okay. Now, they note there that there were errors in relation to serial numbers on the evidence bags. Did you witness or see any of this?
No,
Were you told of any of this, the administrative errors?
no.
Goes on to say, statement of Captain Norkia and Warrant Officer Morris, who performed the seizure together, differs, but was rectified and found to be an administrative error. So she notes there that the two officers that were in charge of the counting, their statements initially differed.
Yes, I still remember. I can remember that there was a statement that was rectified and sent to the docket by Captain Norkia.
Sent to who?
To me, that was
To you.
with regard to, but at that time, if I still remember, it was with regard to the last bricks that was alleged to have been left out, but not with regard to the packaging.
So
He was making an additional statement to say this thing was also left out. Then it was sent together and with those. It was sent to where the first package was sent.
No, it appears you'll see there that the error relating to the one brick that was recovered later is dealt with as point 4.
Yes, yeah, I can see it.
So this appears
But
to be
other than
related
that,
to a different mistake.
Commissioners, other than that, I was never informed of any other error. This is the only one that I know.
All right. And then you see the third bullet talks to number of evidence collected. Statements indicate 700. FSL received 715. Several witness statements also confirm 715. Can you see that?
Yes.
And we heard testimony, and I think we did the numbers as well. There was a difference between what the officers on the scene recorded as well as in the SAP 13 register. The numbers got up to 700, but it was at the lab where they said 750.
Correct. I'm aware of that.
You are aware of that error?
Yes.
And then there's the one brick that was recovered by LCRC and handed over to DPCI.
That is one that
And the criticism there is that it indicates members did not fully explore and receive all exhibits. It's categorized as a human error, or in her view.
Yes, yes.
And were you aware of this error?
Yes, I'm aware of those errors.
And when did you become aware?
I can't recall, but what I know, when they were taking the exhibit there, even if a forensic bag can have, that is what Captain Norkia told me, that they had to put another bag or to put another, the first forensic bag in the other one. That one I was aware.
I think you are talking about a different error. There, where they put the bag in another bag was when FSL refused to take the bags because some of the evidence bags were damaged.
Were damaged.
This-
That is what I.
This point
what I know.
refers to the one brick that was recovered by LCRC. Do you know what happened with that one brick?
I know.
How it was missed?
I know when Captain Norkia said he was called to come and collect that brick and he sent it to FSL.
I'm asking if you know how that happened.
I think that can be contained in Captain Norkia's statement, Commissioners.
Okay. And when Captain Norkia informed you of this, you didn't ask how it happened, why exhibits were missed?
The only thing that I can remember is that it was left in one of those bags. How?
When you say one of those bags, what bags?
The bricks were taken out of the black sports bags.
Yes.
Then the indication, even though I'm speaking on what I was told by Captain Nokia and what should be, I think it should be covered by his own statement, because he's admitted the statement of sending late the other exhibit.
Okay, I'm not sure I understand, but I hope the commissioners do. I'll move past that and go to the next issue that Gerber identified, and that was the premature arrest of the police officers, albeit justified based on the circumstances at the crime scene. If allowed time to investigate, a different outcome may have been achieved. You see that? So one of the criticisms is that there was a premature arrest of the police officers.
As I indicated earlier, commissioners, premature in terms of the dealing in drugs and possession of drugs. But in terms of their purpose of trying to defeat the end of justice, commissioners, I'm still against this findings.
So you accept?
Had it not been for me to say, the main purpose of these members to be there had other motives other than that of assisting the state. If we can go back, if maybe I had to advise General Gerber to say, the very same members, they are contravening their own instruction. When it says crime scene management, how the crime scene must be managed, we have got national instructions that guide us to say, this is how we approach crime scene. Which means deviating from that itself, I think in General Gerber's report, he should have noticed that the very same members deviated from National Instruction 1 of 2024, that of saying crime scene management.
Colonel, isn't the issue that when they were arrested, the Section 35 certificate or notice that they had to sign said they are dealing with drugs? Now that is premature because at the point nobody even knew that these are drugs. They were arrested at a point where all they had done was interfere with the crime scene. But that's not the charge for which they were arrested.
That is correct.
They were arrested for dealing in drugs. Now that is premature because
on
that day nobody could make even a presumption that they are dealing with drugs because they say they were taking the drugs to the police station in Ekurhuleni. So to say they are dealing with drugs is premature if you don't even know where they are taking them. It may be that they were clueless about what the prescripts are, or they deliberately violated the prescripts. But it's a giant leap to say what they did amounted to dealing in drugs.
In that instance, Commissioner, I will concede.
Yes.
Thank you.
Colonel, then the next is a lack of follow-up on alibis, thus allowing defense to obtain statements and providing such to their representations to DPP. Can you see that?
Lack of follow-up on alibis.
Just for context, Ms. Poe, please remind me what the alibis were. I'm just thinking, for example, is it Warrant Officer Nkwana was there. He was at Eriton. The bags were on his buggy. Warrant Officer Pakula was physically there. He was found at the scene. Chief Mashaba was also there at the scene. Just remind me for context what alibis are referred to here.
Chair,
I'm not saying there aren't any. I've just forgotten the context altogether.
From the context, my understanding of this criticism relates to calling the supervisors of the various officers at the scene, because from the interviews at the scene or the calls made, they were informed that commanders didn't know where these officers were. But subsequently, the statements that were filed by the various officers indicated, at least in the case of Officer Makgano and Phakula, that they were aware of the members' operations. So perhaps it's not worded.
Or then it's probably a wrong use of the term alibis, because I understand it to refer to, I was not there, I was elsewhere.
Yes,
Yeah.
I discerned it from the context.
But what you say makes sense in the context, yeah.
Yes, because if you also...
So it's the person who wrote this that used the alibi wrongly, it seems.
General
Yes.
Gerber.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Bowe. Please repeat your question.
Chair, I even forgot what the question was. No, Colonel, I was asking for your comment regarding the lack of following up with the supervisors, because it's from the criticism, and I mean, it's apparent from how the case then proceeded, that delay in talking to the supervisors resulted in the statements coming up much later, where those supervisors then said that their members did inform them of this operation. And just to say that it's this criticism is also shared by the NPA in their report.
Isn't maybe the first question to ask whether, Colonel Sebole, you know what alibis are referred to here? Who are the alibis? Do you know who the author of the report would have been referring to as alibis that should have been followed up?
Commissioners, it's just that maybe I know what alibis are. I know for sure it's Section 36 and 37 of the Amendment Act with regard to certain properties. Then if I found somebody in possession of something, he gave me certain information to say, yes, I'm in possession of this. I got it from this person. That is the alibi that I can follow. But having somebody coming from somewhere, I can even state in this instant, I know Lieutenant Colonel Maluleka, who's one of the people who wrote this statement. His commander was Colonel Sohobe. I phoned Colonel Sohobe. Do you know where? Because we are from the same division. He is not working narcotics. He is working EPR. So if what he was saying is alibi, to say he was there at the scene, the question is, what was his purpose? What did he do at the scene?
No, my question, maybe to go back to my question, Colonel, that so there's a criticism here that you failed to follow up on alibis. So my question is, go back to the scene. Who were the alibis here that you should have spoken to, that it is said you failed to follow up on? Do you know who they are referring to?
No.
All right. Yeah, I can't do more than that.
Okay. That's fine. Maybe let's then deal with the last, well, I think it coincides, statements from commanders, but initially indicated telephonically they were not aware of what their members were doing, but later changed their versions, should have been obtained immediately. What is your response to that criticism?
Which paragraph?
It's the last bullet point.
Statement from commanders. Commissioners, it's me who called the station commander of Zongesishu. It's me who sent warrant officer, I think it's Mbuyiseli, to obtain the very same statement and to get the job description of warrant officer Mohane. So I can't understand this bullet point, commissioners.
Maybe just to remind you that if we start with Warrant Officer Mahan, the statement is, if you can go to page 196 of the exhibit file that has the docket and disciplinary papers. Maybe to start here, what do you recall of your conversation with Warrant Officer Mahani's supervisor? What did he say? Did he indicate that he was aware of his whereabouts or not on the phone?
Commissioners, even after having communicated with, now I know it's Colonel Chauki, I talked to him personally.
And what did he say?
He said he does not know the whereabouts of Mohana. But Mohana is supposed to be in the office because he's performing these duties, which is SIMEC.
Yes. So you see, when on the phone with I don't know the designation, Lieutenant Colonel Chauke, he informed you that he didn't know Warrant Officer Mahanu's whereabouts. But if you go to his statement at page 196, and if you look at paragraph 3, he says, on Friday, the 9th of July, 2021, around 8:05 in the morning, I received a call whilst on duty from Warrant Officer Mahana, herein after referred to as a member who is serving under my command, and told me that he is following information on drugs. I asked him where is he following the information, and he replied by saying that he is in Ayrton with other members from provincial office. As a commander, I was not aware of the operation since the members' duties are office-bound, doing crime information management analysis coordination, CMAC for the station as per the attached. So what he does confirm is that he was aware, he was told by Officer Mahanu that he was following information on drugs.
Commissioners, I did investigation on this matter. I know the communication charts of Warrant Officer Mahana in the first place. The only office people that he called, the very same child was never called on that day. So if he is telling, on his statement, he is saying he was called by Mohana, that I will say he was definitely lying, because I think the same numbers, if they are there, the investigation could be done to those to indicate that he never received call from Mohana.
Who did Warrant Officer Mohana call? Because I think he went so far as to say even before he actually got to Yellow Jersey, he called as a superior. I don't know, maybe my memory is failing me. He did not just drive and only call someone when he was already at Ayrton, which is what this paragraph 3 suggests. After having been called After having been called by one of his colleagues, he called a superior. That's what he suggested.
When we were, the certain calls made by Mohana, they were made immediately after I informed him about their actions. He called by then one member from our office, which is Captain Cry, But the call could not go through. As I can remember, he tried to call Brigadier Loela. At that time, Brigadier Loela was approaching the scene. The call also could not go through. The only calls that were made on the 9th, that started around 6. It was between him, Nkwana, and Mashab. By saying he called these people, I still maintain he would be lying. So this is the alibi that I could not fall, because yes, at the initial stage, but during the investigation, I did not have anything to obtain from or to get except for the station commander to say where was his memo. I communicated with, I even informed my superior, who was Brigadier Sebole, to say we need to get somebody to obtain the statement of Colonel Chauki. He is stating this way, but seeing his statement this way, it seems I can't understand what he's trying to hide.
And Nkwana, which section does he work for? I know it's somewhere here, but
They are not working together.
they're not working together.
Nkwana is Albert and that one is Songesiso.
Okay, okay. So Nkwana could not have gotten an instruction from Nkwana?
No.
All right.
Just say, my understanding of this criticism, if you like, it's that you delayed getting written statements, which and these statements contradict what you were told on the phone. That's really the criticism, as I understand it. It's about the time lapse between your call on the scene, where the commander said to you, they don't know where their people are. And then in their later statements, now when they do written statements, they say different, they speak differently, they contradict what they told you on the phone. So the criticism is really about between the day of the operation itself, the 9th of July, and the date of the statements, there was a delay, which allowed for people to change what they told you on the phone. So the statement of Chauke, for example, of Nkwana's superior, is dated the 19th of July. The operation was on the 9th of July, so there's a good 10 days in between, and you're being criticized for failing to take a statement. The writer says immediately, you should have taken the statement immediately. So the criticism is that, really. It's not whether it's true or not what they told you on the phone or what you say they told you on the phone and what they said in the statement. It is the passage of time. And the suggestion, as I understand it, is had you taken Chauke's statement immediately after you spoke to him on the phone, then you wouldn't have had that contradiction or his changed position where he now says in writing he knew where Nkwana was. Do you have any comment to that? Why you did not take the statement, why you took the statement only 10 days later?
Commissioners, that criticism, first of all, I can say is not fair to me. We did not take months to obtain this statement. In the process, when we are dealing with this, there are certain things that we have to give priority. Here, I got confirmation from the station commander that I believe there should have been no change in what he told me on the 9th, and that he's stating on the 19th. Even if I delayed, Commissioner, I think that does not give him the right to change what he told me, even if I delayed. But the delay is only for 10 days. That is why I'm saying this comment to me, based on the volume of work that we had to do on the day in question, it was not fair. It's not a fair criticism, Commissioner.
Thank you.
And Colonel, does your your answer also then extend to the delays with warrant officers, Phakula's supervisor?
That will be same.
But you'll recall that, I don't know his designation, but Sipungu was at the scene. Apologies? Colonel Sipingu, who is Warrant Officer Phakula's supervisor.
What I can tell the Commissioner is that I did not see Colonel Sipingu on the scene. I only heard. Then I even heard from him that he was there at the scene. That is when, if I remember well, we met again the arrest was on Friday. We met at Alberton, Boys and police cells when we were obtaining fingerprints and other from the arrested people, and the confrontation I had with him. The second time I met with Sipungu was on Monday, when we were placing the matter on the court roll, when he volunteered to give me the statement, on-duty statement, as the commander. That is the 2 days that I interacted with Sipungu.
Wasn't the issue also that because he was on leave during the early part of July, he should not even have been involved with these things?
That I think I testified to that effect to say.
Because he came back on the 12th of July from leave.
Yes,
So
it was.
when these things were happening, he should not have been anywhere
He should
near.
not have been there. That is why I said his interaction with me with regard to the case and the presence of Phakula there was not supposed to even have happened.
All right. Thank you, Colonel. If we can then move to what the NPA said. You were at paragraph 20.
I have also considered the decision made taken by the National Prosecuting Authority in relation to the matter. Following the representation submitted by the BTK attorneys, the Director of Public Prosecution for Gauteng Local Division, Advocate J.M. Serepo, ruled on 2022-06-23 that the representations were unsuccessful and prosecution should proceed. Subsequently, on 2024-01-29, the Deputy National Director of Public Prosecution, Advocate R.J. de Kock, considered the matter and decided not to pursue the prosecution. I further considered the correspondence from the Director of Public Prosecution, Gauteng, Advocate J.M. Serepo, in a letter dated 2025-02-14, addressed to the provincial head of DPCI in Gauteng. Advocate Serepo confirmed that there was, in his view, a prima facie case relating to the alleged contravention of Drugs and Drug Trafficking Act. This is a clear indication that there was sufficient grounds for me to believe that the 4 accused should have been charged in dealing in drugs, alternatively possession of drugs.
Thank you, Colonel. Maybe, my apologies. Are you done with that?
Yes, paragraph 22, I'm done.
If we go, just to remind me, when did you stop being involved in the investigation? When you moved to Limpopo?
The last time it was when it was it was requested to the DPP. Then I was transferred to West Rand. From West Rand, I went to Limpopo.
When was it when you were transferred to West Rand?
It was around 2022.
Right. So,
It was around 2022 early, but towards the end, I left for Limpopo.
So,
In your earlier statement, you said in November 2022, you were promoted to Limpopo.
Yes.
Does it sound right?
In late, yeah.
Colonel, if you look at the reasons, so just to recall the history, initially the matter was going to proceed, and then the prosecutor decided not to proceed with the prosecution. This was in 2022, recall that?
Yes.
And this was a decision taken by Advocate de Kock.
In 2022.
Yes, in 2022. No, my apologies, 2024. Maybe let's just go to page 1 of what's this one? The exhibit file with Boyson's and Khan disciplinary.
Page.
Page 1. You'll see there it was a response to General Kadwa providing reasons why the MPA had decided not to prosecute.
Yes, that one I've seen.
Yes. And they deal with the reasons at paragraph 6. So if you just go to page 2.
Yes.
You'll see there that the prosecutor lists a number of reasons why they decided not to prosecute. And a lot of them relate to this issue relating to supervisor's knowledge. So if you look at the first one, at 6.1, there was a statement from General Khan stating that he contacted Warrant Officer Pakula's supervisor, Colonel Sipungu, who informed him that he didn't know that Pakula was involved in the operation. And it materially contradicts the statement of Detective Sipungu, who states that Pakula did inform him of the operation.
Yes, I'm seeing that.
Yes. Do you want to comment on this criticism? Or you still maintain that it was because, I think it's
Commissioner,
Commissioner
if I had to,
Khumalo with the assist regarding Colonel Sipungu's role. So the prosecutor was essentially saying that there are material contradictions in the statements contained in the dockets, was one of the reasons.
that is one of the reasons.
Yes. Okay. The second relates to, again, that if you consider Warrant Officer Pakula's role in particular, that he was invited by Warrant Officer Makhane to assist, and he only arrived at the scene after the drugs were loaded onto the truck.
I could see that reason.
Yes, so that essentially that he wasn't involved in that part. Yet he's equally charged with the same offense.
I don't know how to comment on this reasoning, commissioners, because
You don't agree with the reasoning?
I don't agree with, because it seems they were checking for what, if I will have to put it on my own way.
Yes.
Those who were deciding on this case, they were only looking at the best reason that they can give or to convince me why we are not proceeding with your case. This is me sitting here reading at these reports. They were not dealing with all these material facts that are within the dockets. We have got other things that they have looked into. I don't even get clarity why they were not overlooked.
So,
But to me, the reasonings are not fair.
So your general response, we don't need to go through all the reasons. Your general response to the criticism is that you think there are critical things that they overlooked
That is correct.
and that the criticism is unfair.
Very unfair.
Then we can go to paragraph 23 of your statement.
I was concerned by the conduct of certain senior police officers and the role they played in the crime scene. Based on the information that I have reviewed, certain actions and decisions taken at the scene raised questions that, in my view, warrant further scrutiny and further investigation. The circumstances surrounding their involvement create an appearance of possible improper motives or interest. However, I acknowledge that any determination in this regard should be based on thorough assessment of all available evidence and findings of the appropriate investigative authorities. It is also noteworthy that certain senior officers sought to involve themselves in operational matters relating to the investigation. In my experience, the extent of their involvement in these operational activities was unusual and raised concern in my mind regarding the nature and purpose of their participation. As a result, their level of involvement created doubts and prompted questions as to whether their actions were entirely consistent with the expected role and responsibilities.
Who are you referring to specifically?
Commissioners, you can be aware that I was confronted with a certain statement, that of General Khan, and of which, when I was on my own going through the docket, I asked myself, does this man know how the scene could be handled? Because had he approached the scene the way it was supposed to be, we were not going to be confronted with this level of questioning, commissioners, because that should have been resolved right away on the scene. But based on their interferences and other things, what was supposed to be a good case has been lost. That is my view, commissioners.
Just to read.
And then, Commissioner, also,
we know one senior official that you have mentioned and that we know was on the scene, General Khan. Who else? Because you speak in the plural. Who are these senior officials?
I'm aware that General Kadwa was present on the scene. I'm aware that General Kalakala was on the scene. But one can ask what role were they playing, but except for that of General Kadwa to say, I was sent.
Colonel?
And then also to the fact that I got instructed, because I'm investigating the matter, then I'm referred to obtain certain statements from the accused person, more in particular, the one of Pakula.
Just for clarity, Colonel, that instruction was from General Kadwa.
I am sent by General Kadwa, who is informed by General Khan, go and obtain the statement of Pakula in prison. Then I interviewed Pakula. Pakula came up with certain allegations also. Then I've related the same allegation to the person who sent me to prison.
Okay.
So I'm saying, based on... Sorry, Commissioner, I'm listening.
Now, I was going to say, you've given us 3 names of senior officials, and then you have now given us one instance that you consider or considered to be interference where you get instructions from Kadwa, from General Kadwa, who is giving you instructions obtained from General Khan to go and speak with I think it's Warrant Officer Pakula, if I'm not mistaken. What other instances of interference are you referring to?
Let me just refrain and say specifically I'm dealing with this one. Not to mention any other thing that I still have to, I cannot, but I understand what was happening on that day. Rather leave any other thing that I cannot state, commissioners.
Colonel, so are
Okay,
you saying...
you can't state because you're holding back, or because you don't have other examples. You see, you make a statement here that there was interference with your investigation by senior officials. You've given us one example, that's fine. I just want to clarify, you're not giving more because there are not more than one, or what is the reason that you're stopping at just one?
No, it's this one, Commissioner.
It's the only one there is. Okay. Sorry, Ms. Bo.
No, Commissioner Baloyi was on the same wavelength as you. Colonel, it seemed from your body language and just what you had said that your reluctance was not that there was just the one incident. It was rather that you don't want to touch on the other incidents.
I think, let me touch on this one only, Commissioners.
No, Colonel, I don't mind you touching on only the one. I'm saying, just to clarify, that you have other examples, but you are not comfortable to deal with them. Is that the case? Chair, to the extent that we are allowed to rely on body language, it seems to me that Colonel is reluctant to answer the question.
So,
Colonel, not to put you in a spot, but it is a serious allegation to make that there was interference in the investigation by senior officials, and you probably have seen with other witnesses that we do probe the role of police officers in matters not being handled in certain ways, which is such a case with Ayrton. We're looking at the role of police officers on the scene. You speak to your investigation being interfered with. It's for that reason that I'm probing further. And it may be, if you're unable to say, as you're sitting there, that the chairperson may well have to find another way to assist us in presenting whatever it is that the concern that you're expressing in paragraph 25.
Commissioners, it's not only one incident. Things have been happening. Things are happening. I will give an example, Commissioner. At one stage, I was deployed at the airport. I worked at the OR Tambo Airport. At one stage, we were forced to return what we confiscated there back to the owner. I've got reference to that. At one stage we confiscated the dollars at OR Tambo. We sent them to the Reserve Bank as per procedure. We were instructed to give that money because it was falsely. In fact, the presentation there, when they were declaring, they declared something else other than the dollars. But we were instructed to take them back to those who declared. So There are a lot of incidents that were happening. So, that's what I'm saying, there was interference.
In coming back to this case, is it the kind of interference, and I'm trying to see if it will be of assistance to this discussion, is this the interference in this particular case, the Ayrton case that you are expressing a concern about, is it of the kind which, in your view, seeks to undermine the successful prosecution relating to the drugs discovered?
Commissioner, in some instances, some of our seniors or our generals, if I may say it, we can't even understand when they are assisting or they are fixing. Because going back to Ayrton and going back to what I've experienced before, then I could safely say there is a lot of interference. I don't know what is pushing them, but the one that I've just indicated, commissioners, have got I'm still having reference to that. Still have documents to that, which can substantiate it at a later stage if there is a dispute on that.
And with Ayrton, are you, and Ayrton, I'm now discussing not the 3 police officers and their arrest and their prosecution. I'm focusing on the drugs themselves. Is your view that you're expressing now, and this is me trying to understand what you're saying, that in respect of that drug bust or that haul of drugs, that the role of senior officers as you investigate the matter, you form the view, or you are not certain whether they are assisting you or seeking to frustrate a successful investigation of that matter?
That is what I'm saying.
Okay. Can I follow up with a question which I would have asked right at the end? We've looked at the graphics earlier today, which have people's names who look like they are, well, it suggests, or in fact it shows, that the Alphas, the Nku, Philip Plain and them, and there are customs officials, there's Transnet, all of those role players, crane drivers. Is there a reason, and tell me, maybe I'm assuming, wrongly assuming with my question, but bear with me. Is there a reason that there's not been prosecution of people who are clearly identified in these exchanges, including Mr. Nku, who was at the scene, Ayrton scene, and we've seen his involvement on these WhatsApp messages, but he was at the scene, including Chief Mashaba, who, according to these WhatsApp messages, or the 3-ma messages, he seems to be part of they suggest he's part of a scheme. But what we seem to see here clearly is there is an organized, there's organized conduct where containers, vessels seem to be monitored. Not just this one, but generally. There seems to be a scheme. Containers are monitored. The people speak of, Nku and Alpha speak about, we have our guy there, we have our guy there. Is there a reason that there hasn't been any prosecutions of people that have been identified?
I don't understand. I don't know the reason, commissioners, but according to me, people have been identified. There are communication charts. They can be identified through cell phones, or they were identified through cell phones. Screenshots were taken from Transnet in KZN. There was a sort of my investigation towards that. Since then, it has stopped. One can ask questions, why? then, but I cannot answer because I'm no longer directly involved in that. We don't know what people were pushing for those people not to be investigated or a follow-up on all those activities.
Yes,
Because they are still there. There is still a trace.
yes. Now, just drawing from what I have learned through this process, it seems this is a typical case that falls within SANEP, right?
Correct.
It seems that. Who in SANEP makes the decisions about we are going to investigate this, we are allocating an investigator, we are putting resources for this to be investigated? And to be transparent with you, I'm asking really a question of if we want to know from DPCI SANEP why this case where there are identified people but also their activities have been identified, if we want to know why is there no investigation going, or where is the investigation? Has an investigating officer been allocated? Who's doing what? Who do we ask that question of?
Commissioners, in essence, SANEP form part of the section within organized crime investigations. There is a unit commander. In this instance, there was Colonel Zondi. He was never informed about this. That is the person that we are...
You say he was never informed about?
He was not involved in
Okay.
this. You can see a lot of names keep on coming, but there is no unit command. Then we were directly reporting to the unit command, who will in turn report to the provincial command, who in this instance should have been Brigadier Sebole. She was the one who was supposed to be with us on the ground, who, if maybe we are implicated in anything or in any wrongdoing, she would have been the first, then followed us. But I also asked Brigadier Sebole to say, you never played that parental guidance. Why? She said, Sebole, if you are not involving me in your investigation, you jump me, because there is this tendency of information not going through the culture of the SAPS. You will find a sergeant somewhere being accountable to the general, of which is not the case. It is not supposed to be. If I'm at the section commander of SANEP, those who are below me, they account to me. If there is anything, I'm the one to answer. But in real situation, we are not. We are not. Information can jump me from the last man on the ground to the upper structure, of which that is not the culture, commissioners, of the SAPS. That is not what we are being told of, going back to basics. That is not what we are being taught of, the levels of communication and the instructions.
So is your answer that Brigadier Sebole would be the person to account why this case of where drugs are found, and there's this bust, but also there are people identified, and keep in mind, I'm not speaking about your SAPS members, the Pakulas and them. I'm speaking about Mr. Nku. I'm speaking about the Alpha person. So I'm speaking about the people that are outside of the SAPS, but also anyone in the SAPS who may be part of that scheme. I'm speaking about Chief Mashaba. I'm speaking about those kind of people, that kind of case. That are you saying to us that Brigadier Sebole is the one that must account or give an explanation why has no investigation and possibly, I know prosecution is a decision of the NPA eventually, but I'm going to throw them in anyway, but starting with the investigation, why has there been no investigation of this matter to bring it to trial, to bring Nku to trial, to bring whoever he's been working with to trial? Are you saying Brigadier Sebole is the person that would account for those decisions?
If the investigation did not jump her, then she was to undo account.
You say it jumped her, it ended where? Who other than Sebole, who got involved here? Is it General Khan?
Commissioners, let me just explain it this way, maybe. My understanding is that General Kadwa was informed.
Kadwa?
Yes.
Okay.
That is that is what I knew when we were going to the scene. Then he should have informed. I'm not giving generally the instruction, but the communication channel says from him, from General Brigadier Sebole, there is this and that information. Which members have you dispatched, or which members can you dispatch?
Okay.
That is a clear line of march.
Okay. I understand. Thank you. Thank you.
Colonel, just before I let you go, there's two more role players in the scheme that I just want you to quickly identify. In the course of the presentation, you identified Nku and Alpha, Mashaba. There was the crane guy, there's a forklift guy, there's reference to custom officials. You indicated that you also investigated the person within Transnet. There's two more that I'd like you to deal with.
Who sent those computer screenshots?
Yes, for the computer screenshots. There's two more. If we can go to page 19, don't show me, of the presentation. There, I won't mention the name just for fear of maybe still part of your ongoing investigations. But it seems that you found evidence of communication between Mr. Nku and someone within Yellow Jersey.
And this lady, yes.
And was she investigated?
She is currently for sure being investigated now.
You think? Or
I
you
think
know?
so. I believe so, because it seems now they are resuscitating the case docket.
All right, so that's within Yellow Jersey. And then within Scania itself, have you identified any links that side?
There was somebody who was working for the company. Then, before the Apollonia ship could leave, that person was in Brazil. That is according to he was working for Scania.
For Scania in South Africa?
For Scania in South Africa. But at the time, so I was trying to link the dot to say, this person was in Brazil weeks before this could leave. Then he was in here when it arrived. Commissioners, through my investigations when I was communicating, it seems other people were getting or sourcing information from me. The person resigned.
Other people were sourcing information?
No, I'm saying it seems the information reached, because I was informed by one of the employees of Scania that you were asking us about this person. Then he resigned. Who gave him the information? Because if this can be followed up, there was somebody who resigned in that Scania. during the period of this investigation. I don't know whether he's still back in the country or out. I don't know.
So you suspect that somebody within your investigative team, or who are you suspecting told him?
It's difficult to can pick up who, because at the level that it was investigated, but my team, I won't say they have, because some of them did not have, they were just going with me to Durban, doing this. Maybe, as and when we were doing the presentations on all those other things, we happened to give information to wrong people, maybe.
You think the person, they would have been tipped by SAPS members? Is that your suspicion?
That is my suspicion.
And just for completeness, you say that you gave presentations about this case to other people. Do you recall which forums or meetings did you give presentations about this case? And who was in attendance?
Commissioners, normally, if I can just take you through drug investigation, when I was still here, when there is a bust or something that we discover that deals with drugs, we have our own group chat to check or to investigate those activities. Up until when we were investigating, we know, sitting here now, understand why somebody will request the seal number or the seal, the photo of the seal, because normally they create a false seal. That is what they were doing. And again, they want, normally, there have been some incidences along the entry where they will stop these trucks. People will have their own roadblocks that specifically deals with this. So the question of rip on, rip off, that is where it came from, to say they will find Sebole as the driver of the truck. Like we've seen, they wanted to know the person. When they stop him on the roadblock, they know he has got, normally he will have the invoices of what he's having. He does not know the content. He only have the invoices that he will have to submit. Then the thing is, we want to check inside. You don't worry. They will open, take whatever is theirs, show you that your invoice is still all right, then they lock. They've created that, their own, that seal, a replica seal, so that when it reaches the owner, the consignment is still the same. You look at the seal number, you open, you take what is yours. Never suspect, you even don't know what happened along the route. Because the driver at that time would have cooperated with those who were on the road. That is the study that we were doing when we are investigating, commissioners.
I have more questions than where I started. When you say people, just to clarify, who do those roadblocks, you mean police officers or law enforcement officers?
Law enforcement officers, commissioners.
Okay, so that was the trend that you were seeing?
That was the trend.
And then using this investigation, you did a presentation to other law enforcement?
That is correct, commissioners.
And your suspicion is that through those presentations, word may have gotten to the wrong officials?
Correct.
To leak the information?
Correct.
Okay. And would you be able to provide us with information of these presentations? When they were done and to whom they were given?
It was done to different provincial heads. We did it in here in, what is that hotel? I can't remember, but we did it there.
All right. Thank you, Colonel. Commissioners, I have no further questions for this witness.
Colonel, I don't want an explanation. I just want a yes and no. And I don't want you to tell me why. I just need clarity on this. Nkwana, Pakula, and Mashaba, as far as you know, were they charged internally for misconduct for their part in interfering with the crime scene at Iroton?
I will say I know of Nkwana and Pakula.
You know they were charged internally?
Yes.
And the outcome of that internal DC process, do you know?
I was of Nkwana. The investigation was conducted, but they could not find any wrongdoing.
And let's just be clear, I'm not talking about dealing in drugs, or I'm
Yes.
talking about interfering with the scene.
Yes, Commissioner. They were charged separately.
Yes.
Nkwana, the understanding or the reason what I was given is that they could not find any wrongdoing in him. Pakula, yes, they did. He only came back through arbitration.
In that exhibit, you don't need to go there. You've just had a discussion with Ms. Bowe about the different role players that were identified, and one of them is someone who's indicated as an employee at Yellow Jersey, and you say there's evidence of a communication between that employee and Mr. Nku, I think, Tumelonku. You remember that evidence?
When I said there was communication between...
If between Mr. Nku, Tumelonku,
Yes.
and a Yellow Jersey employee, if you would just go to page 19, if it will
Yes.
help. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. Can you see where I'm looking?
Yes, I can see.
Okay. Just to confirm, this was a day before the truck came in from Durban. If you look at and I just want you to confirm it. The way I read it, it looks like it's on the 8th of July
Yes,
that they are in contact. Am I correct?
correct.
Okay. And was this from the analysis that was done, or the looking at whatever was found in the devices of Mr. Nku, is this exchanges, written exchanges, or is it a telephone call?
It is a telephone call. It was cell phone, then a landline.
Then a landline. Okay.
Yes.
And is this employee, during your investigations, is the person one of the people that you interviewed?
Yes.
You spoke to them, and they explained. Did they provide an explanation why they were speaking to Mr. Nku?
At that time, he said he could not remember who was calling her, but she will still go to check.
Okay.
But she admitted that, yes, I'm receiving calls, but I can't state clearly on the day who did I talk to,
Okay.
but I was aware, aware on this.
Okay. Lastly, I think you said earlier in answer to your question that I asked that you've done these kind of operations before where there's been drug busts. I think you said that. Am I correct in that recollection?
Operations, yes.
Yes. In your experience, the role of crime intelligence, if they happen to be on the scene, do they become involved in the operation?
No.
They don't. And that's your experience?
They only supply us with information. If it's prior, they will give me their intelligence report. They can either submit intelligence report on writing, just give you a file to start my investigation. If they happen to be at the scene, I don't know. They don't have any role to play.
They don't play a role in the operation?
They don't have to.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Let us adjourn and resume at 25 to 3. Colonel, thank you very much. You are excused, and I hope this is the last time you are before us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. It's 14:34. We are ready to resume. Please switch off your devices, put them on silent. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Mr. Musigidi.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Chairperson, today, this afternoon at least, we have Chair.
What do we remain with in front of us?
So, Chair, you should have 3 files. So there's one file which we'll be using mostly today. It says Ms. Maposho, Zelda Maposho, that's the file. And then there's
Labeled statements and annexures, file 1.
File 1.
Yes.
And then the second file, Chair, but you don't need to go into that. It's one that should say exhibit Boyson's and Khan disciplinary hearing. And then the last one, it should say the iPad report file. It's wrongly worded Mahani on top, Chair.
Let's start. I hope I will see them when we get to them.
Yes.
If I don't, I will share with
Yes, Chair.
my
And then,
co-commissioner.
Chair, you'll see on your desk there should be a blue file as well, with a blue folder. That will be a file that I would say it's a view once file that we will discuss but not make public, Chairperson. We will deal with it in due course, Chairperson.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. Chair, this afternoon we have Director Takalani Zelda Maposho from IPED, Chair. She said she will take an oath.
Good afternoon, Director Maposho.
Afternoon, Commissioners.
Please state your full names for the record.
Takarani Zelda Maposho.
Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you. Director, just to confirm, at least for the purpose of this afternoon, I need you to focus on the file that will say Ms. Maposho's statement and annexures. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And then if you open that file, you will see that on the first page, it's an index to a statement. And then if you flip over to page 1, it will say witness statement by Takalani Zelda Maposho. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And do you confirm that is your statement?
I confirm.
Okay, if you go to page 20 of that statement, you will see that there is a signature there. At the bottom.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yes. Do you confirm that to be your signature?
I confirm.
Thank you. Chairperson, just for context, Director Maposho conducted an investigation into the events that arose at Egerton, which is what we were discussing a bit earlier on. Just to be clear, Chairperson, what she investigated was a complaint by Warrant Officer Pakula, Warrant Officer Mahane, and Chief Mashaba, who laid a complaint against General Khan, Kadwa, and 3 others. So that's why she was investigating a case of defeating the ends of justice, Chairperson. And she produced a report which we will deal with in due course, Chairperson. So that will be a context of her testimony, Chair. Chair, lastly, how I plan on dealing with her evidence, Chair, is that because a statement contains subtopics, I would propose that we deal with the subtopics and then ask questions so that we get through the statement quicker, compared to going through the statement and coming back to deal with the issues, Chairperson. Thank you. Director Maposho, then let's go to page 1 of your statement. When you start reading into the record under introduction, just don't read the personal number that's there. So please read that into the record and go through your statement.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. I am the holder of personal number. This employed by the National Department Independent Police Investigative Directorate, situated at 473 Benstra Building, Stanza Pupape Street, in Pretoria. I am holding a rank of Assistant Director. Commissioner, you were referring me as a director, my Assistant Director. Investigations at the head office with the following contact details. The following facts to which I depose here too falls within my personal knowledge and belief are both true and correct unless otherwise stated.
Just for the future perhaps, but I've noticed some people do exactly what's been done here. If you say the facts are within your personal knowledge and belief and are both true and correct unless otherwise stated, what that means is that you are in the same document going to be stating facts that are not true and correct.
No, Commissioner, I withdraw that.
You see what you say there, that unless otherwise usually refers to what's within your personal knowledge and belief.
Okay.
So the otherwise blah, blah, blah relates to that, but
I
not
understand
the
that.
truth.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll continue. On 2026-0504, I received a notice in terms of Rule 10.6 from the Commission of Inquiry into Criminality, Political Interference and Corruption in the Criminal Justice System. Referred to as the Commission.
Shouldn't we skip what the notice said?
Should I skip that?
Yes,
We
please.
can,
Yes,
okay.
yes.
Perhaps go to 3.3, then you can go to 4
Okay.
on page 2. Thank you.
Okay. 3.3, I was also asked to provide the summary of the recommendations made with a focus on recommendation made against the key role players, in particular senior law enforcement officials related to these, an update on the status of the recommendations. Should I go to 4?
Yes, let's go to 4 under academic qualifications and
Okay.
in-house training.
Okay. I'm matriculated at Ranger Secondary School. I have a diploma in policing obtained from UNISA. I also obtained my BTech degree in policing from UNISA, also an LLB degree from UNISA. I have completed the following training course: South African Police Basic Training Course in 2003 at Pretoria West College Training Academy, Detective Learning Program, that is Resolving of Crime course in 2010 at Hammanskraal SAPS Training Academy, Detective Commanders Learning Program in 2014 at SAPS PAL Training Academy.
Please continue under work experience.
Okay. I have started working as a constable at the SAPS in 2003, stationed at Sentin Police Station, working in the Client Service Center. I was transferred to Sentin Detective Service in 2008. In 2011, I was promoted and transferred to the Independence Complaints Directorate, ICD, as a senior investigator stationed at Gauteng Provincial Office. In 2012, ICD changed to IPID. I was then appointed in terms of Section 22 of the Independent Police Investigative Directorate Act 1 of 2011. The objective of the Independent Police Investigative Directorate is to give effect to the provision of Section 206 of Subsection 6 of the Constitution to ensure independent oversight of the South African Police Service and Municipal Police Service, to provide for independent and impartial investigation of identified criminal offences allegedly committed by members of South African Police Service and Municipal Police Service. I perform my duties in terms of Section 24 of the Independent Police Directorate Act 1 of 2011, read with Section 206 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa Act 108 of 1996. In 2015, I was promoted to be an Assistant Director Investigation at IPID Gauteng Provincial Office to supervise senior investigators and investigators.
The IPID, positions, do they have equivalent positions within SAPS? I just want to get an idea of where exactly Assistant Director is in relation to SAPS ranks.
Yes, the equivalent with SAPS is Lieutenant Colonel.
Oh, thank you.
Within SAPS.
Thank you. That's relatively senior.
All right, thank you. You can continue.
Okay. In 2020, I was transferred to IPID National Office, working at National Specialized Investigative Team. That is called NCIT in short. It is a unit within SAPS, within IPID, that deals with the high-profile cases and the complex cases that are reported at IPID.
Okay, before you move on, just on that last sentence, Director, what do you mean by high-profile cases? How do you classify that?
We classify high-profile cases in terms of the suspects involved, if it's a high-ranking officers, or it is a case that is on the media. Yeah, I can, the rank of the person involved and the media inquiries, we classify those as high-profile cases.
Okay, and out of interest, the case that we are concerned with today of Ayrton, would you classify it or consider it to be a high-profile case then?
It was a high-profile case.
All right, thank you so much. Let's move to the next page, and there we are dealing with the poisons.
Maybe before you do that, what makes the Ayrton case a high-profile case?
The rank of the people that were involved.
Against whom the complaint was laid?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Can we then move to the next page? We're dealing with the poisons CAS 25210 of 2021 investigation. And there we're dealing with the complainant.
The complaint?
Yes.
Okay. The matter was referred from the Office of Executive Director. On 2021-10-13, the complainants, that is Chief Mashaba, Warrant Officer Pakula, and Warrant Officer Makhano, came to IPID National Office to lodge a complaint of defeating the ends of justice. The complainants were interviewed by the members of NCIT, and I was part of the interview. The complainants were advised to open a case at the police station and provide IPID with the case number. The case was opened at Boysens Police Station and registered as Boysen Case 252 of 10-2021. After receiving a case number, on 2021-10-19, a referral memorandum was drafted for the approval by the Executive Director or someone delegated by the Executive Director to register a case in terms of Section 28(1)H of IPID Act. This Section 28(1)H of IPID Act, it refers to any other cases that the police officers are involved, but they are not mentioned in terms of the Act between paragraph A to G of the IPID Act. So if it is a case that was referred by the Executive Director, we register that as Section 28(1)H. The referral memorandum was approved, and then I've attached the memo as my TK1, and the file was registered as per CCN number 2021-10-0314 in terms of Section 28(1)H, that was defeating the ends of justice. paragraph 16, in essence, section 28(1)H gives IP the authority to investigate the police conduct that acts unlawfully and intentionally obstruct the course of administrative of justice. The case was then assigned to me for further investigation. On 2021-10-28, NCIT members interviewed the informer, Khumalo, who gave the complainant Mashaba information about the drugs.
Before we move on, can I just then get a better understanding on, let's go to paragraph 12. You seem to suggest that on the 13th of October 2021, you have the 3 complainants coming to your office. And out of that, you interviewed them, and the question is that you advised them to go and open a case.
Yes.
Is that the normal standard?
It is a normal standard because when they came to IPID, they were under the impression that they are coming to open a case with IPID. Whereas IPID, we investigate cases after they've been opened at the police station.
So without which you can't move on?
Yes.
Okay. And then just to understand, so the 3 came to your office on that day, and you interviewed them. Did you interview them ever again after this, what I would call probably a preliminary assessment?
They handed their statements in the docket, but we also had another encounter when they were giving their supplementary statements.
So besides the statements that they provided, so what I'm trying to ascertain is that did you have because this seems to me, because they haven't opened a case, after they've opened a case, as it were, did you sit down with them again to get a fuller version of their complaints?
No. Other than them giving us the statement, the supplementary statement, we never had any other engagements in terms of interviewing them about the matter.
Okay.
I assume that Khumalo is Mr. Nku.
Yeah, Khumalo is Mr. Nku.
Why do you call him an informer?
During our interview, he indicated that he's the informer. He used to give information to a certain general that I didn't mention on the statement. I didn't want to mention the name of the general because it's the information that was never verified.
Beyond what he told you, did you establish that he is indeed an informer?
The person that he was
and that there wasn't anything beyond him being an informer? Let me give you the background of why I'm asking this.
Okay.
Evidence that has been laid before us suggests, and I use suggests advisedly because I'm not in a position to conclude on this aspect. Evidence given before us suggests that he was actually actively involved and complicit in the matter concerning the suspected drugs, that is the consignment of those drugs, or at least the receipt or intended receipt of those suspected drugs here in South Africa. So it's in that context that I'm asking you, why do you call him an informer? Does it mean that you accepted that he was an informer? Because you are stating it as a fact that he's an informer.
Yeah, I'm stating this because that is the information that he gave us. However, the information was not verified because he mentioned the handler as a certain general who already passed on. So that is the information that was never verified.
Would it not have been more accurate to refer to somebody who was referred to as an informer rather than to state it as a fact that he is or was an informer?
Oh, okay. I accept that.
Yes. All right, thank you. Please continue.
Thank you, Chair. Director Maposho, at paragraph 15, you make reference to annexure TK01. Chair, just to clarify, the witness makes reference to about 30 documents, or close to 40 in fact. We're not going to go through each and every annexure, but we'll go through some of them, and she's more than welcome as well to point me where she wants to go. But for now, can we then go to TK1? It will be on page 1, Chair, of the same annexures. It's the same bundle, Chair. So you might need to keep one hand on where we are on the file as we go through the annexures, Chair. Director Maposho, can you just briefly go again? What is the purpose of this memorandum?
The purpose of this memorandum is to seek approval from the executive director or someone delegated by the executive director to give IPID permission to investigate these kind of cases where the SAPS members are involved, but those are not the cases that are mentioned in terms of section 28, 1A to G.
Okay, and then you give a brief description of what you call the merits of the complaint. Would that be based on the statements or based on the initial interview, or it's a consideration of both, having met with them and having received their statements when you at least compile this memorandum?
It's after we receive their statement. Remember, we only register these after they've already registered the case. So with the statement of the complainant, that's when we can generate this document for approval.
All right, can you then, for the record, and because this narrative goes through, even find its way to your final report, can you read through for the record the description you have there in bold?
Okay. It is alleged that on Thursday, 8 July 2021, Chief Mashaba received an information about the suspected drugs that were to be transported from Durban to Alberton. The following day, on the 9th, the information was followed, and indeed the truck was followed to the depot where it was parked. Chief Mashaba asked for assistance, and he was assisted by Warrant Officer Nkwana and Warrant Officer Pakula. The truck was then escorted to its destination at Aretin, where it was opened by the owner. The police searched the container, and drugs were found in the container. The driver of the truck and the person who were to receive the whole cargo were placed under arrest. However, the Hawks members arrived at the scene, and the member who recovered the drugs were later arrested. The driver and the owner of the cargo were then released.
All right. I will raise my concern with you with this description, and then you can comment if you want.
Okay.
And my concern really is that it does not seem to capture the heart of the case. I know it's a brief summary, but it seems to be omitting at least very crucial information. For example, I'll mention to you that it says nothing about the informer, Mr. Nku. It says nothing about Warrant Officer Mahane's designation. It says nothing about people from Pretoria attending to an incident in Soweto. It says nothing about the drugs allegedly being solicited to be moved to Germiston. And it certainly says nothing about the loading of the drugs by the very same complainants into the what they call Mr. Mahane's baggie. So it gives a very, I would say, a sanitized account of events based on their version only. I'm just concerned that it doesn't give the full picture of what, and this information obviously is used to inform you as the IPID whether to proceed with the matter or not. And having seen and having consulted with other witnesses and having been aware of the fuller picture, Is there any comment you want to make on that observation?
This document is prepared on the very early stage, before even the investigation was conducted. At this particular time, we will only have maybe the statement of the complainant, coupled with what we come out from the interviews that we had with the complainants. It's not the fuller version of what transpired during the investigation, because at this particular time, we haven't even started with the investigation.
That's correct, and that's my very concern, that you didn't have a proper, or at least you were not provided with a full version by the complainants.
Yes.
But let's move to page 2, just out of interest. It says there in the middle of the of the page, when you deal with the prospect of successful investigation, what does that mean, and how do you arrive to that scoring of 50%?
Because we haven't even started with the investigation, and we don't have the version of the other members, the suspects. So for us, it's 50-50 chances whether they're telling the truth or not. So we cannot say it's above 50 or below 50, because we don't have the version of the other members who are involved.
Okay. But I would assume, because there is a below and above, there are circumstances where you might score below and above.
I haven't even found something like that. For me, it's always 50-50.
No, I'm
Yeah.
just saying on the document, it does give an option
Yeah,
of...
in the document, yes.
Yes. All right, thank you, Director. Can we then proceed on page 5? You deal with so we're going back to the statement, Chair.
Statement.
We deal with a summary of allegations. Can you pick it up at paragraph 18, where you deal with, it's an A1 of Mr. Samuel Tsiani Mashaba.
Okay. The complainant alleged that on Thursday, 2021-0709, they were following up on an information about drugs from Brazil that they were in a container and were going to be delivered at Scania, Aretin. He was assisted by Warrant Officer Nkwana from Zonke Ziswe SAPS, who was referred to him by Warrant Officer Pokungwane. These annexure 3 and 4 is the statement of Mashaba and the statement of Warrant Officer Pokungwane.
Yeah, you can proceed.
Okay. They arrived at Aretin at about 8 o'clock. The information was positive and the drugs were found inside the container. The driver of the truck, the lady was about to receive the goods and the manager was present, were placed under arrest by Warrant Officer Pakula. I've attached Warrant Officer Pakula's statement as an annexure as well. While the police officer were busy at the crime scene, opening the case and waiting for relevant role players to come, 2 police officers from Mbuyiseli arrived and inquired about what was happening, and they explained to them about the drug bust. The police officer from Mbuyiseli SAPS were satisfied and were willing to assist them. They even gave feedback to radio control 10111, indicating that all was in order, and then I've attached the report from 10111 as TK6. A police officer who was later known to them as Warrant Officer Rikotso arrived and had an argument with Warrant Officer Pakula. Warrant Officer Rikotso did not want them to open a case, but to open an inquiry file. Warrant Officer Pakula refused, and he was then told that General Khan was on his way. Members of the Provincial Dog Unit, Captain Mudupi, Lieutenant Colonel Maluleke from Technical Operation Management Section, Tom's Hawks also arrived at the crime scene. Lieutenant Colonel Maluleke wanted to take over the crime scene as the drug was part of his mandate. Sergeant Pakula and Warrant Officer Sape from Dog Unit arrived, followed by General Khan, General Khan then said he was taking over the crime scene. Without getting the information from the officers who recovered the drugs, he then instructed Warrant Officer Makhano to sit in his bakkie. He instructed Chief Mashaba to go to his car and took his firearm and cell phone. At about 13:30, the members of DPCI, amongst others, General Kadwa, Brigadier Sokhovela, Colonel Stein, Captain Sebole, arrived at the crime scene, and they arrested the police officer who made the drug bust. That is Warrant Officer Makhano, Warrant Officer Phakula, Chief Mashaba, and Tumelo. They were charged with dealing in drugs and possession of drugs, stroke use of drugs. The truck driver, the person who was receiving the goods, and the manager were released. Additional statement of Samuel Tsiani Mashaba was attached as well, indicating that on the day of incident, he contacted General Mawela, informing him that General Khan was busy harassing them at Aratin crime scene. A statement of General Mawela was obtained. I've attached it as TK8, and he indicated that he cannot confirm nor deny receiving a call from Mashaba. A statement of General Mtombeni, attached as TK9, he also stated that he alleges that he remembers speaking to an official attached to Gauteng Traffic Police who introduced himself as Mashaba, who indicated that they were following the information on drugs, and he was complaining that the police were about to arrest them. He referred the complaint to Brigadier Shibiri. The statement of General Shibiri, he was a brigadier by then, was also attached as TK10. He stated that he had a conversation with Mashaba relating to the following up on information about drug trafficking at Aratin, and they were accosted by a member of SAPS Crime Intelligence, Hawks, and want to arrest them. He referred him to General Kadwa of DPCI. They opened a case as per Poison 98 of 7/2021, and it was investigated by DPCI. A member, Captain Sebole, I believe now is a lieutenant colonel.
Yes.
The arrested member were taken to Boysen's police station and detained at about 19:30.
Sorry. Did you ever look at and compare the statements that were taken in respect of the drug charges or drug-related charges? That is, statements taken by those investigating those charges. Did you ever do a comparison?
We were
I'm
never
asking, for example, because on this aspect, the aspect we've just dealt with, there is a statement that says Brigadier Shibiri, who later became a general, called at the scene and said, isn't there a way in which all of this can be resolved amicably? And I don't know whether he was referred to someone else, and then he said, he basically left it at that and didn't follow up on this amicable resolution. That's why I'm asking whether you ever did any comparison with what was happening on the other side. Did you just run with what you established with regard to the complaint that had been laid by these three people, two of whom were SAPS members and one of whom was a provincial traffic officer?
Commissioners, we were never given a chance to check the other case because the DPCI refused with the docket.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I remember that detail.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Yes. Director, just to go back on page 5, at paragraph 18.1, maybe we need to correct that the incident occurred it was on a Friday, not Thursday. But-
18.1.
Yes, but the substance of my question really is that
Oh,
you were told, at least from a statement by Mashaba, that they were following up an information, and he doesn't mention Mr. Nku. But you had testified earlier on that you guys had an interview with Mr. Nku. Can you assist us from your recollection? What did you at least ascertain from that interview? Perhaps before you do that, can we accept, at least for now, that there's no statement that you took from Mr. Nku?
yeah, Commissioner, there's no statement that we took from Mr. Nku.
Yes, can we then maybe, as far as you can recall from that interview, what can you relay?
Yeah, as a team, we are concerned about how did they know about the drugs? Because they were just telling us that they were following up on information about the drugs from Brazil to Scania. So the question with us was, how did you know about the drugs? That's when they told us about Khumalo. And when they came to IPID, it was only 3 of them. Khumalo was not part of them. So we asked for the contact details of Khumalo so that we can interview Khumalo. Hence, we interviewed Khumalo at a later stage.
And if I understand well, there was no reason stopping him from being part of the complainant, is there?
No, there was nothing.
And how far did you get in terms of where he received
The information.
the information?
Commissioner, he was not making too much of a sense because he was talking about issue of what do you call this, hacking and something like that. That is
He says cyber hacking or
a
something.
cyber crime hacking, something like that. And he kept on telling us that he is an informer of that the late general, that he was giving the information to the late general.
In your
So
conversation,
was the point that he had hacked onto a system that revealed that there was such a consignment? Or what exactly was this hacking about?
He was talking about so many things. He was not talking about only
Let's just
this.
focus on the hacking for a minute, please.
No, he was talking about hacking in order for him to get this kind of information about the illegal transportation of things. It can be drugs, it can be any other thing. It can be any other trafficking. So he was talking about so many things. But he was not giving us anything to work on.
Did you ask for anything concrete? Because surely there would have been records of the hacking.
No, he didn't have anything. It was just
Did you ask
what he was saying.
Did you ask for the records?
Commissioner?
Did you ask for the records?
Yeah, we asked for the record, but he didn't have anything. It was only what he was saying, and of which we didn't have anyone to confirm what he was saying.
Okay, thank you.
in that conversation, did he at least disclose to you that a previous day he was in Durban and that he followed the truck all the way to Gauteng?
Yeah, Commissioner, he did mention that he followed the truck from Durban to Yellow Jersey.
Yes.
Yes.
Did he mention to you what his interest would have been in doing all of that?
We were interested in knowing as to why the interest, but he kept on saying he's been giving out information to these police officers and he doesn't know whether the information was positive or not. So this time he was trying to make sure that yes, whatever information he got, when they open the trucks will be there. That was his response.
And was your sense that he is an informer/informant registered with SAPS, or was an ad hoc, if I may use that term, an ad hoc informer? What was your sense? What was your sense?
My sense was that he was not a registered informer. Because if he was a registered informer, he was going to tell us about the handler, the general who passed away, but the general was working with other people. So from my understanding, like, he was not a registered informer.
Okay.
Yes. Director, one thing that immediately stands out when you look at the statements of Director Mashaba and Joseph Nkwana is, in the case of Director Mashaba, it says he's based in Sidibeng in Vereeniging. That's the first thing that stands out. In the case of Nkwana, it says he's in the CIMAC Crime Information Analysis Center in Zonkizizwe. Does that not immediately raise a question? What are you doing in Ireton? If you are a traffic director in Vereeniging, or you are a crime analyst in Zonkizizwe, what are you doing in a drug bust? Because those two jobs have nothing to do at all with being involved in a drug bust. Before you even get to what happened, just their positions. A traffic officer in Vereeniging should have nothing to do with a drug bust in Johannesburg. A CIMAC officer, we've heard that they are desk bound because they analyze stats, crime stats, to assist those who are operational to do their job. When they say to you, we conducted a drug bust, isn't the first inquiry, what were you doing there, because that's not your job?
Yeah, Commissioner, it was our concern that why, especially with Mashaba as a traffic official, but he told us that he normally gets this kind of information. I don't know his job description where he's working, but he indicated that he do get this kind of information, and then he normally assists with this kind of operation. He was saying he used to work with General Mawela. So I don't know his job description.
I'm looking at the affidavit that he gave you, paragraph 1. It gives his name, ID number, and he says, I am employed as chief at Gauteng Traffic Police, Sedibeng in Vereeniging, on page 6. It's your annexure TK2, which you referred to in your statement.
Okay.
So Sedibeng is a district, it's in the Vaal.
Yes.
And he says, I'm following a truck in Ekurhuleni, and I'm following it to Johannesburg, and I'm conducting a drug bust. So where he works, that's problem number 1. Problem number 2 is he's a traffic officer. What is a traffic officer doing? Conducting a drug bust.
Commissioner, we try to find out from him. That is why maybe he also gave his supplementary statement to indicate that he used to work with General Mawela. That is why on that particular day, he also phoned General Mawela. I don't know how they work at the traffic side. I don't know whether if you are working in Sidibeng, you can also attend to the issue of Tshwane, for example. I don't know. But
why I'm raising this, IPID has testified before us.
okay.
And one of the issues they took with EMPD officers conducting a bust in Rosebank or Kilani is that A, that's not the job description of traffic officers. And secondly, they are outside of their jurisdiction. And for those two reasons, their conduct was unlawful. And we heard that from IPID when it was testifying. So the first thing that stands out looking at paragraph 1 is here is a traffic officer in Vereeniging who is leading, because he's the leader, he says, I called other people, leading the chase of a truck, because that's what they were doing, and conducting a drug bust. They're chasing it in Ekurhuleni, outside of Citibank. They are chasing it all the way to Johannesburg, outside of Citibank. But he's a truck officer. He has no business opening containers and finding out that there are drugs in those containers and arresting owners of those containers or the recipients of the goods that are in the container.
That's true, Commissioners. Like I'm saying, we don't investigate the traffic officers. I don't even know their jurisdiction, whether a person from traffic in Citibank can also come and work in Tshwane or in Johannesburg. I don't know.
But don't, as an investigator, don't you follow up, check those kind of things? I mean, I'm not sure that it's open to you to say, I don't know what he does, what his job is and his job description, because if it turns out, at least in my mind, if it turns out that his job has nothing to do with what he did on the day, then you, as the investigator, you probe further into why was he there in the first place. So to say you just took, because that's effectively what you're saying, you took his word at face value and made no interrogation of it. He said, I was following up on a tip-off, and then we conducted this operation, when in fact, perhaps had you asked, what do you do where you work? Let's speak to his superior and find out whether what he got involved with is part of his job. And if his superior had said, no, it's not part of his job, he had no business to be there, it may have led you down a different line of inquiry.
I understand, Commissioner, but those were our complainants. And as IPID, we don't investigate our complainants. That was the role of SAPS. I believe SAPS investigated whether they were supposed to be at that crime scene or not. However, we did manage to obtain the statement of their supervisors to try to find out whether on that day they knew about the operations or not.
But you test what the complainant says. That's why in that form you say 50%. It's because you eventually must test what they say.
Yeah, we did test that because with Mashaba, the supervisor indicated that he didn't know about the operation.
Yeah, but isn't that kind of answer to you, isn't that what should pique your suspicion? That he's in an operation that his superior says, I didn't know anything about it, it's not his job. That would have piqued your suspicion about him to inquire further about what in fact was he doing there. Because the complaint, as we understand it, their complaint is that they were arrested when they were conducting a lawful operation.
Operation, yes.
Yes. So if they were interrupted conducting an unlawful operation, you wouldn't have found the police officers guilty of any, you wouldn't have made a negative recommendation if it turned out this was an unlawful operation. So that you don't investigate, you don't test, that even after his superior said, I have no idea what he was doing on the day, is disconcerting?
I understand, Commissioner.
I find it quite disturbing that you say you don't probe your complainants. That's quite disturbing. I think that's a wrong approach to investigation. What's your comment?
Commissioners, at IPID, most of our complainants are suspects on the SAPS cases. I'll give you an example. You'll find maybe the suspects were robbing a bank, and there was a shootout between the police and the suspect. And the police shot and killed maybe one or two of the suspects. IPID investigate that case because we are checking the conduct of the police. We are not checking what the criminal were doing in robbing the bank, but we are checking whether the conduct of the police, they acted within the scope of their mandate or not. Whether they killed somebody, maybe they killed two, and then the third suspect ran away, and then he surrendered somewhere, but the police shot and killed that particular person. Those are the conduct that as IPD we are checking. So we don't investigate the initial cause of the bank robbery, but the police that the one who must investigate the bank robbery. Then IPD, when we investigate this matter, we obtain the copies of that robbery.
Would this be murder committed during the robbery?
Yes.
I'm not sure that I follow the distinction, Jen. I'm not sure that I follow the distinction then. Yeah, I'm not sure that I do.
I'm trying to give a scenario that we don't check the conduct of our complainant or our victims as to what happened prior to this incident. But the police, they investigate the robbery case, then IPD will get the copies of the robbery.
Maybe let's just forget about that example because it may just confound the issues. Let's look at what was at issue here. You have these people who are complainants, and what we are saying is it is just odd for you to say that you basically do not interrogate what's been brought to you insofar as it relates to or concerns your complainants. That is what I find difficulty with. I think it's a different, I think it's a wrong footing to proceed from. Because ultimately, when you decide that there is a case to be answered, which you should then refer both to the employer and to the NPA, it can only be because you are satisfied that there is indeed a case. And if there are issues that are questionable insofar as your complainants are concerned, it may well be that those issues will point in the opposite direction, which is that there is, how should I put it? You follow me. You follow me.
I do, Commissioner. In this case, the commanders of Pakula said he had the knowledge of what Pakula was going to be doing on the day of incident. And also, the commander of Nkwana gave a statement saying Nkwana called him and informed him about the operation. So for me, it was something that they are commanders, because we investigate the police, not the traffic officers. The police commanders knew where their members were doing operation on that particular day.
Let me
They
take
were
you.
informed.
Okay, let me. Yeah, you do investigate traffic officers. Yeah.
No, not the Gauteng traffic officers, the Metro Police
It's Metro,
officers.
or it's Metro and subs only?
Yes.
Okay, anyway, let me go back to the question that triggered the debate that we are having now. That question was about you following up on the issue that Commissioner Khumalo raised. And you said you did follow up on that. But later you then said that you know nothing about the jurisdiction of someone like Chief Mashaba and so on. Then I started wondering, what exactly would you then have inquired about if you basically know nothing about these issues around the jurisdiction and so on? What then would you have inquired about? That goes even to Warrant Officer Nkwana being desk-bound. So what would you have inquired about? Because you said you did inquire. Do you remember saying so?
Yes.
Now, if later in the debate you say you knew nothing about those issues, that in my mind raises the question, what then did you inquire about in this regard?
Commissioners, I inquired about whether they were on duty on that particular day.
That's
and
not
when-
the same thing. That's not the same thing.
No,
That's not the issue that was being raised around whether they ought to have been there in the first place. That's a totally different question to where they were and were they authorized in terms of maybe their bosses saying, no, you can't go to Eratin and so on. This is a totally different question. Is this something that fell within their mandate? Is this something they could in law?
Raising IPID against each other. You'll accept that?
I do, Commissioner, but the cases differ. It's just that this one, there are police officers involved as well. But on a normal course of event where it's just a normal member of public, we don't check as to whether this person, what happened prior to whatever that is happening, or the case that the person is reporting happened prior to that. With this one, yes, I understand it was the police officers who reported this matter. However, we have two cases. We've got the case, the 98 case and the 252 case. So we couldn't do what the case 252 was, the case 98, the investigating officer of case 98 was doing, because it will seem as if now we are interfering with their cases. So hence we only dealt with case 252.
Let me ask a question that's related to one of the very questions I put to you. Had you been aware that there were text exchanges between Mr. Nku and someone that he referred to as boss and who was saved on his device as Alpha, is it? Saved as Alpha. The content of which, that is the content of the text, the content of which was or appears to have been, the ultimate link is still going to be made, hopefully, and we were promised by the evidence leaders that that link will be made. But for argument's sake, let us assume that that link will be made. So had you been aware that there were exchanges of texts that appeared to follow up on this consignment of suspected drugs constantly, the texts even expressing concern in case that consignment were to be intercepted or, however else, not to be received by apparently them. And also, if you had been aware that Mr. Nku drove to Durban a day before the truck that carried this container drove up to Gauteng, which was the 7th of July, 2021, and that on the 8th of July, he drove up, and that was the same day that the truck also drove up to Gauteng. And then on the 9th, that's the day on which he, together with these two, the traffic officer and warrant officer Nkwana, then followed the truck to Eratin from Yellow Jerseys. Had you been aware of all those facts, would you still have made the recommendation that you made? In particular, the very first ones that appear with Nku involved, with someone he calls boss, texts that are concerned about, are we going to get delivery of this? It may be a mission impossible if this gets, was that about another one? The May delivery. Was that about the May delivery? Was it about? No. I'll leave out the concerns and mission impossible and so on, but I will retain everything else that I've suggested to you. Had you been aware of all of those things, would you still have taken this to be the mere actions of an informer? Or would you not have suspected that this is actually someone who is complicit in the delivery of this consignment, delivery and receipt of this consignment?
Yeah, Commissioner, with regard to Unku, yes, if we had that kind of information, we were going to look at these things differently.
That's why I'm saying, had you had?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
We were going to, even maybe the kind of investigation was not going to be the way the investigation was. If we had that kind of information, unfortunately, we didn't have.
Okay. Just advise me, yes, I know you tried to get hold of the poison docket.
Yes.
You did not succeed. Just remind me again, how high did that request or inquiry about the docket, how high did it go on the IPID side? Who was the most senior on your side who tried to get hold of the docket after the meeting that you referred to had failed?
It was the NHI, the National Head of Investigation.
Okay, all right. Is that the highest you could have gone? Couldn't you have gone to, was it already General Libya then?
Yeah, it was General Libya, but the NHI was supposed to have escalated the matter to the Executive Director, of which I don't think the matter was ever escalated. Yeah.
So it was beyond you at that stage?
Yes.
Couldn't you have made the request to the head, your head, to escalate it to General Libya?
The matter was escalated to General Libya, but
It was
escalated to General Libya.
Within the Hawks, yeah.
Yes, but we did not get any positive feedback.
Okay. Did you get to, what did General Libya do? Do you know?
General Libya, I think he spoke to my supervisor, the one who drafted the letter to him.
No, I mean with subs, on the sub side, what did?
On the sub sides, it was General Libya.
Okay. Oh, I see. This is. Okay, at paragraph 24 of your statement, you say General Libya did not assist IPID with the request. Instead, he indicated that IPID must investigate without the copies of that docket.
Yes.
So he didn't
Yes.
engage subs on the matter.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Can I just ask on the back of the discussion that you've just had with the chair, had you known certain things that have now come to light about Mr. Nku, whether you would have still proceeded the same way? Now, when Mr. Nku says to you that he's an informer, and the other police officers tell you that, this is Mashaba, Chief Mashaba tells you that that's his informer, you don't verify that. You've said that he told you that his handler is someone that has passed, but you do know subsystems, that they do have registered informants. I'm sure you have an idea that they don't necessarily work alone, so even if a general has passed on a handler, there may well be somebody. You didn't, and you don't check that to verify who this supposed source is.
No, well, we did not verify.
You did not do that?
No.
Is it because that's not what you do? You take things on face value. I think I'm trying to, like the chair, I'm trying to understand how you conduct your investigations and whether, as I must say, it seems to me to have been the case with this, that you don't get, the IP doesn't get used to, as in this case, I suspect that that's what happened with the complaint that came to you, to pursue meritless cases because there are agendas. People want to get to some point. You don't verify that kind of basic information. Is Nku indeed an informer? We have a way of checking with the SAPs. You don't do those kind of checks.
Commissioners, with Nku, because he mentioned somebody who already passed, and he was not telling us that he was a registered informer. We did not verify that kind of information. But on the day of this, he was saying now he's giving information to Chief Mashaba. So he was now the handler of Chief Mashaba.
Chief Mashaba was his handler now.
Yeah, he said now because of, he used to give information to that, the late general, now he's giving information to Mashaba.
So the reference then to that late general, for purpose of your investigation, should be relevant if it meant nothing. If it's someone that you used to share information with, but it has no bearing on this, then it's irrelevant. You proceeded solely on the basis that he is an informer of Mashaba, of Chief Mashaba, who is his handler. That must be the basis on which you proceeded.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Thank you.
This again raises the point on which Commissioner Khumalo was engaging you. He's an informer, informing about drugs, and what's he got to do? What's Mashaba got to do with drugs that he even has this informer who's assisting him about drugs? It just does not make sense. Do you want to comment?
Commissioner, I don't know the job description of Chief Mashaba, but from I can confirm, commissioners, that we also have cases where people from the traffic police working with the SAPS members, especially the Hawks, do some operation. I don't know their memorandum of understanding. I don't know whether they do have a memorandum of understanding when it comes to these kind of operations or not. I don't know.
Thank you.
Perhaps if you had asked the question, and you can answer any way you want, that where does Mashaba come into this, as in jurisdiction and his powers, you may well have come to a different conclusion about the decision to arrest him if you found he was acting out of jurisdiction and outside his powers. Do you have any view about that?
No, I don't.
Thank you.
And I thought just crossed my mind because when I was engaging you on how we would have acted had you known otherwise, I suddenly discarded the information relating to a May 2021 consignment. I should not have discarded that. That was actually crucial in terms of how you would have acted had you been aware of certain facts.
Oh.
Because what that does is to show, especially that May consignment, it actually shows the concern that these people had about receiving that consignment. And this Alpha is even saying, if anything goes wrong, then we are in trouble. Basically saying, we must receive that consignment. And it's apparently two private individuals interacting. and that had nothing to do with Mr. The so-called informer, with Mr. Nku giving information to his handlers. He's actually talking to people who appear to be the people to receive the drugs. Do you see what I mean? So that tells you that one cannot, when it comes to the Eritrean past, that suddenly Nku is no longer concerned with receiving the drugs. If he was concerned with receiving the drugs with regard to the May consignment, it must be the case, or indications at least are that, even with regard to the Eritrean past, he still wanted to receive the drugs. But as I say, I'm posing my question in the context of how would you have acted had you been aware of all these facts? You've already commented. I'm not expecting a response.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I'm just giving you the full picture.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Director, to be fair to you, this is not a question. I'm just bringing to your attention that Mr. Makgano's superior deposed to an affidavit much later probably, where he makes it clear that as a commander he was not aware of the operation since Mr. Makgano's duties are office bound, and that is in accordance with his performance enhancement plan. So his job is to be in the office and analyze statistics. He should not be opening containers outside of jurisdiction. Okay.
Director, just to be fair to you, I think through our own engagement, you did at least indicate that even without having the information that was relayed to you about the text, from your own interaction with Mr. Nku, you had some misgivings about him. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
Yes. And I think the follow-up question would have been that in that case then, surely you should have treated whatever that he gives you, or at least the people that he feeds information to, perhaps with some element of caution, I suppose, to put it lightly.
Commissioner, it was difficult without having to hear the other side of the story, because if we had the copies of the docket, we were going to know as to what was the other people on the other docket are saying. So we only had one side of the story.
Yes, no, I accept that. My question is that if already the source of the information itself is questionable, then the sequence of that information itself should be treated with some level of caution as to how that information is handled going forward. At least from your side, to say, well, Mashaba is receiving this information from someone that I'm already, I want to use the word suspicious of, reservedly so. Surely that should trigger a bit of a red flag in going forward to say the very source that I spoke to, that fed the information to Mashaba, and then he relates to the rest of the guys. I'm saying that kind of information should, I would say, raise a red flag at the very beginning to say the very source of information is questionable.
Commissioner, it did, but the thing is, if the police, they don't want with the docket, it's like they were hiding something. So we don't know whether our suspicion by just interviewing this person alone, it was going to be enough. And honestly speaking, 70% of our complainants are always like dodgy at IPID. So most of the complainants, they are dodgy. So, but it doesn't mean we mustn't follow their complaint. We follow their complaint. We can either make negative or positive recommendations, general recommendations, or sometimes even policy recommendations.
Hence my earlier statement to you that that's the very reason why you should guard against this iPad being used or being weaponized against the police, regardless of the source of the complaint.
Yes.
Yes. I think we are just wrapping up on a section dealing with the allegations.
Okay.
So let's wrap that up. My understanding is that at least the three complainants, they raised these allegations against General Kadwa, Brigadier Sekgobela, Colonel Steyn, Captain Sebole by then, and General Khan. And they opened a case of defeating the ends of justice. My question to you is that, in your understanding, were these allegations raised against them individually, or is it something that you approached as a matter of them having acted in concert, or as one would say, in common purpose? How did you understand the charges?
I understood that they acted in common purpose, because if you check, the first person who arrived at the crime scene was General Khan, who took over the crime scene and started giving people direction as to what must happen. And then General Khan, in his statement, he indicates that he handed over the scene to General Kadwa. And then from General Kadwa, now the scene was with Colonel Sebole. So, however, Brigadier Sekgobela, Colonel Steyn, and were also there at the crime scene.
But my understanding is that, for example, they are not from the same unit, are they?
General Khan, yes, is from Crime Intelligence, and the other members, they are from DPCI.
Yes. So I'm trying to understand, how did you then arrive, and I'll tell you why I'm asking this question, how did you then arrive to a conclusion to say you were going to investigate this as a common purpose?
Because what happened at the crime scene, it was like a chain. After General Khan came and took over the crime scene and did what he did at the crime scene, he said he handed over the crime scene to General Kadwa. After he handed over to General Kadwa, then Captain Sebole, Lieutenant Colonel Sebole took over and arrested those four members.
I'll tell you what my difficulty is. For example, an easiest example will be Colonel Steyn. None of the statements implicate him in any form or manner. I'm not certain what his role is to be then put in a situation where he's accused of having acted in concert.
Commissioner, is because he was mentioned by the complainants, and when I asked for his explanation as to his role, the question of him explaining what was his role at the crime scene was posed to him. Just that I don't remember what was his response, but it was one of the questions that was posed to him as to what was his role at the crime scene, because the complainants were mentioning them by names.
I have gone through their statements, the complainants, and to some extent, what you call the independent witnesses. I mean, for example, what will be of concern to me is that you will read the statement of Sergeant Pakula and Sergeant Sape, and they say directly so that the person who stopped them from deploying their dog to investigate or to sniff around was, I think, his warrant officer, Rekhotso. That seems to be that one person, at least, at the very least, there's a direct allegation against him. And Sape and Sergeant Sape and Sergeant Pakula, they gave you a statement to that effect. That, to me, at least, is the closest you'll come to defeating the ends of justice. But that is not reflected anywhere in your in your findings? Do you want to comment?
Yeah, because with regard to Rikhotso, they didn't know where to find Rikhotso. I was hoping that maybe if I can get the copy of the docket, Rikhotso's information will be in that other docket. Because at some point, I don't remember who mentioned the issue of Rikhotso calling, who indicated that General Khan is on his way. So that is why one of the questions that was posed to General Khan was for him to indicate as to how did he know about the crime scene. I was hoping that he was going to indicate that Rikhotso is the one who informed him. However, instead of mentioning Rikhotso, he mentioned somebody else. He mentioned...
I think it's Rickett.
No, not Rickett. He mentioned a certain sergeant who worked at the 10111. And I followed on the issue of that person to obtain his statement. I thought maybe he was going to mention Rikhotso because we don't know. We don't have the details of Rikhotso. We don't know where to find Rikhotso.
Regarding what constituted the defeating of the ends of justice, all I heard you say, I hope I understood you correctly, was this one handing over the scene to this one and that one handing it over to yet another one. I didn't hear you explain where exactly the defeating was and what exactly it consisted in.
Commissioner, in them arresting these people who made
Because
the bust.
it could not have just have been about the arrest, because it must also relate to what was sought to be achieved that was then defeated by the acts or conduct of the people complained about. What exactly was, where exactly did the defeating lie?
Okay. Commissioners,
I'm not saying the arrest was irrelevant, no,
Yeah.
but surely it could not be the
only
beginning
arrest.
and
Yeah.
end.
yes, and the issue of...
No, the handing over of the scene.
Yes. There was an issue of the dog unit as well, that the dog unit was called, but they did not do the job at the crime scene.
Must you always have a dog at the crime scene?
Commissioner?
Must you always have dogs at the crime scene for this purpose?
Because it was drugs, and the dog that was called was for the narcotics. It was
I'm saying, is it obligatory that you should always have dogs? And if you do not have them, then where someone felt like they should be called, then the ends of justice have been defeated if somebody else had a different view, for example.
But, Commissioner, a narcotic dog was relevant for that particular crime
And
scene.
once you don't have it, defeating.
No. But if you call the dog unit and then the dog unit does not do the job because of somebody doesn't want them to do the job, then yes, it is defeating.
Or were the dogs going to sniff the container maybe for more bags?
Yes, the dog was supposed to have checked the whole area to check if there are any other drugs that were maybe stored in that particular warehouse.
Anything
And
else?
check the container maybe for more drugs.
Anything else?
That's what I can think of now. Yeah.
Because I'm asking, for example, because we know that once other people were involved, the LCRC was called. LCRC, which ought to have been called right at the beginning, before the bags were loaded onto Warrant Officer Mokhana's van.
Yes.
And these people that are now supposed to have defeated the ends of justice call the LCRC for the LCRC to do its job Would people wanted to defeat the ends of justice have done anything like that?
Commissioner, the first people who arrive at the scene, I think it is the statement of Warrant Officer Nkwana.
It's him, Chief Mashaba and Mr. Nku, whose motor vehicle was parked some distance away.
Yes.
They were the three who arrived, first
yes,
to arrive at the scene.
Yes. I'm talking about the LCRC person. I wanted
Okay.
to talk about
All right,
the
all
issue
right.
of the LCRC
All right,
person.
yes.
That they did call the relevant stakeholders to come at the crime scene, whereas the LCRC was one of those stakeholders.
Who of these two called the
Is
LCRC?
Nkwana, with the assistant of the Boysen's police.
Definitely not Warrant Officer Nkwana.
No, it was.
Assistant Director, you didn't think anything was wrong with this report or complaint by these three people, that the story included that they got there, the three of them, which is Mr. Nku, Mr. Nkwana, Warrant Officer Nkwana, and Chief Mashaba. They got there, opened the container, and then unpacked, took the drugs onto Warrant Officer Nkana's van. When there's no LCRC, there's no dog, there's nothing at that point. It's just the three of them with Mr. Nku that you say you did think something was dodgy about him. You didn't think something about this story is problematic.
Not the story per se, but what happened in terms of handling the crime scene was wrong for them to take those bags and load them in the bakkie.
And you didn't think that could reasonably find a basis for the other officers to think they are up to mischief? If you want to reduce it to handling of the crime scene, I think in the end we do find out that it was actually much more than just mishandling a crime scene. But we're talking about you. You receive a complaint. They tell you that they followed this truck. It parked. Nkwana backs up his van. They instruct the employees of that place to put the drugs onto Mr. Nkana's, onto Warrant Officer Nkana's bakkie. There's no LCRC. They're not calling any. There's no one else. Just the three of them. You're saying you didn't think something does not seem right here. Maybe I need to interrogate this complaint further. Because to me, I'm not an IPD officer. I'm not a police officer. But it seems obviously deeply suspicious that police officers would come in an unmarked van and then transfer drugs from a container when you know there are protocols about crime scene management. You saying you didn't think this warranted you to keep an inquiring mind about this?
Commissioner, we did ask about that, but he indicated, it's just that I don't remember whether it was Nkwana who called the LCRC
No, he did
person.
not. No, he did not.
With
So
the
we know from his evidence that he did not. He did not call the LCRC. Had nothing to do. Nkwana had nothing to do with calling the LCRC. In fact, his evidence is he knows nothing about
The LCRC.
drugs and crimes, the management of a drug bust scene.
Yes, that one indeed, from what happened at the crime scene, you can tell that he had no knowledge of managing the crime scene. But from what we have, the LCRC person was called. The only challenge was that they've already contaminated the scene by taking the drugs from the container into the bakkie. But when we asked them about that, they indicated that they were waiting for the LCRC person to come and take pictures and package the drugs.
I must say that I'm surprised that you didn't think that that kind of conduct is sufficiently suspicious to have you inquire further. I know nothing about this stuff, but I must say that the first time I heard that's what happened, it made me ask the question, why would he do that? He knows the protocols, and that's why we engaged him on, do you know anything about crime scene management that involves drug busts? And he told us, I've never done this before. My job doesn't involve this. So I ask you in that context that I would have thought you would know more than I had the first time here, to have an inquiring mind about what in fact was going on here. Let me find out before I make conclusions that there was a defeating the ends of justice case here. But I've heard what you say.
Okay, Commissioner.
And what, if anything, did you make of the fact that they had already loaded these bags onto Warrant Officer Nkwan's van?
We asked about
They take them, they handle them, there are hands all over them, there are fingerprints all over them, and then they load them onto Warrant Officer Nkwan's van. What did you make of that? Because it's something that you were aware of. It's at page 37 of your statement, at page 10. What did you make of that? So any chance of fingerprints being uplifted, DNA being uplifted, almost gone, if not gone altogether? Well, what did you make of that?
We did ask commissioners about this conduct, but it was the issue of...
No, what did you make of it? What did you think about it? I'm not asking about whether you asked them about it.
It was the issue of saying that they don't know how to handle the scene. Surely they've never even maybe attended the crime scene management.
Would that not tell you then that perhaps people who have better knowledge, who come in and say, get out of the way, were not necessarily defeating the ends of justice?
Yes, if the police maybe took over the crime scene, not
They just say, you bumbling Lord, just get out of the way, let us do a proper job of this. Would that not have told you that those who came later were actually the people who were doing what ought to have been done?
Yes, Commissioner. However, the conduct of not knowing how to handle a crime scene does not necessarily make it a criminal offense.
I'm not suggesting that it is.
Okay.
That's not what my question is suggesting to you.
The thing is, the police who came, the Hawks who came later to come and handle the scene, did not only handle the scene, they also arrested these people. So
the only problem that leads to the charge of defeating the ends is because they were arrested. Not so much that something wrong was done with regard to what ought to have been done. Not so much that.
Yes.
It's just because they were arrested. That's the issue.
Not
I'm not suggesting, by the way, that it is right or correct to arrest someone who should not be arrested. That's not what I'm suggesting.
Okay. Commissioner, it's not only that. The police did not even try and establish as to who's the owner of these drugs. Today,
how would you have been established? How would you have been able to establish that there and then?
No, I mean now, even now.
Yes.
Because of the drugs were in the Scania container.
Yes.
I don't know whether they did follow up on the Scania issue, but from the information that we received, like on the street, was that the CEO of Scania at that particular time was from Brazil, who later resigned or something like that and left the country. So I don't know if maybe at that particular time they've made follow-ups on this matter, maybe we were going to have the real
That's-
owner of those drugs.
None of that is answering my question, but I will leave it.
Thank you. I think to be fair to you, Director, I think on the issue of the dogs, I think there was a mention that there's a suspicion that there could have been more containers. I think from the information that you received, that there could have been about 3 containers containing, I think other ones containing guns and other ones containing drugs as well.
Drugs as well, yeah.
And I suppose the stopping of the dogs at least shut that window of opportunity.
That's true, Commissioner.
If that was the case.
But that would be only in relation of the one container, because from the evidence, there's only one container that came up, or that's at issue in Ayrton.
It's an issue in Ayrton, Chair,
One container.
that it could have been 3 containers on the premises. At least the information that was relayed. It comes across later on when we get affidavits from people from Scania that were expecting 3 containers.
So
Whether they
the-
would have arrived the same day or a day before, that's something else.
Yeah, that's what I'm clarifying. You're not saying that the evidence is that at the time of this incident that is happening on the premises of Scania, there was another 2 containers
No,
that
no,
the dogs would have helped to sniff out. You're not saying
No, we're not saying that.
Okay.
We're just saying to an extent that there could have been, a dog could have, but that's as high as it goes. But there's no evidence to suggest that there were more
No.
than that.
Please correct me, I may be misunderstanding the rest of the evidence. My understanding was that the vessel coming in with a container, with containers, or this particular container even, there were other 3 containers that were going with this particular one, but only one came up to Gauteng to become an issue in this case.
We don't know. That's the difficulty,
Okay.
Commissioner. What became of those 2? Whether they stayed there or they moved prior to the 9th or the 8th, it remains a question.
So is the point that the dogs would have been used on more than just the one container
Yes.
that contained the suspected drugs
Yes.
or the suspected cocaine? So they would have sniffed at a minimum of 3 containers on the day,
For what it's worth, Chair.
on the day.
For what it's worth. But remember, I still have the reservation to say, but even the person who stopped the dogs is Rekhozo. It has nothing to do with the 5 accused in any event.
But to leap to that conclusion, you would have to assume that on the day at Scania, there were, in addition to this container, 2 other containers. Because if you were saying they might still be coming 2 or 3 days later, calling the dogs on that day actually makes no sense.
No, that's perfectly true, Commissioner.
And from what we saw, there was not another container that came from Durban on that day that was in the premises. Because if it was there, the policemen who were there would have searched those containers, even without the dogs.
That's all I can take it as far as that. Chair, to
We
say.
may not have seen others, at least in the pictures
In the
that
pictures,
we
yeah.
were shown. But even if there were, the focus was just on this one, on the evidence before us. Yeah. Thank
That's true,
you.
Chair.
So I don't think that assists you,
I tried, Chair.
Assistant Director.
Commissioners, in fact, that whole thing, they were expecting 11 containers. But they are saying from these 11 containers, 3 of those containers, 2 had drugs and 1 had firearms. So the thing is, I didn't even see the photo album of the crime scene on the day of incident, so I cannot say much.
Thank you, thank
But
you.
what we do know is Mr. Nku's information related to this one container, the one that he followed all the way from Durban, and he parked inside Scania to watch its unloading. At least we know that much, that their interest in this operation that plays out in Ayrton was on this one container.
And so was the interest of Chief Mashaba
Yes.
and Warrant Officer Nkwana, just this one
Yes.
container.
Yes, I'm not sure about the two containers, whether it was on the same day or the previous day, or I don't know.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Musigiri.
Thank you, Chair. Assistant Director, I want us to move then to the next subtopic on page 7, where we deal with a request for copies of docket Boys Cast 98/7, 2021. Can you then pick it up from paragraph 19 and read that into the record, please?
On 2021-10-21, I've made contact with Investigating Office of DPCI, Captain Sebole, requesting the copy of the docket. He said we must come to his office at Germiston on 2021-10-22 to collect it. That is like the following day. My colleague and I went to Germiston as agreed, but to our surprise, on our arrival, Captain Sebole was not in the office. He was contacted on his cell phone, and he indicated that he was not going to give IP copies of the docket, copy of the docket.
I just find out, well, surely there is a protocol of how you go about getting dockets. We had Colonel Sebole earlier before you testifying, and part of his justification why there is a formality, or there has to be a formality, was that anyone could call and want a document out of a docket, and if there are no formal ways of doing it, then people could just end up sharing documents in a docket without more into it. It sort of seems to make sense, that kind of explanation, and so I would expect that you have protocols of how do you get a docket out of the SAPS for your investigations.
Okay. Commissioners, with regard to getting the copies of the docket, an investigator can just go to the police station, or maybe you call to find out as to who is the investigating officer first, to make that kind of arrangement. What we normally do when we arrive at the police station or whatever unit of SAPS, they normally take the picture of our appointment cards to say this person, I gave the copies of the docket to this particular person. But there's no issue of saying you must request the copies of the docket from the commander, because as IPID we rely on section 29 subsection 2 of the IPID Act that talks of cooperation, that SAPS must cooperate with IPID. So there's nothing like that we must maybe request the dockets from the commander. You can only do that if maybe I know the commander of that particular police station and I don't know who's the investigating officer of the case. Then I can liaise with the commander.
And there's no requirement for certain form that it must take. There's nothing like you have to do it in writing, even if it's an email. There's nothing like that.
Nothing, Commissioner.
Perhaps you should have, so that you don't have Colonel Sebole appearing and saying, I never got such a request.
No.
So maybe you should have some kind of protocol.
Maybe that one can be addressed in terms of maybe fixing our standard operating procedures.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
It
Thank
can be
you.
a standard way of doing things.
Thank you.
And to be fair to you, this letter on page 34, assuming you had not asked for it formally, by the time you got to this November letter on page 34, it's in writing from your director to General Levea, and you are making it clear there that you are asking for this docket. So even if one accepts that in October you did not follow a formal process, within a month you write to General Libya, and it's a
yes.
formal letter from your director saying,
Yeah.
please intervene, we're looking for this docket.
Yes.
For the purposes of this inquiry we are conducting.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Yes, you may proceed.
The matter was escalated to Brigadier Skobela, that is Captain Sebula's commander, and she said she will talk to Captain Sebula and she will give us feedback. A follow-up was made with Brigadier Skobela on her cell phone, but the phone was always on voicemail and she never returned the call. On 2021-10-28, an email was sent to General Kadwa seeking his intervention, and the meeting was arranged for IPID and DPCI at Jamestown on 2021-11-05. On 2021-11-04, at about 1700 hours, the staff office of General Kadwa called me and said the meeting was cancelled due to unavailability of General Kadwa and the legal services. However, there was no other date provided to IPID. On 2021-11-17, my supervisor drafted a letter to General Libya, who is the National DPCI head, and was signed by the IPID Executive Director. The letter was to request his intervention and get a copy of a docket Poison's Case 98 of 7/2021. On 2021-11-24, the letter was delivered to General Libya's office at Silverton, and it was received by his staff officer. General Libya did not assist IPID with the request. Instead, he indicated that IPID must investigate without the copies of that docket. It must noted that most of the cases that IPID investigate emanates from cases investigated by the police. It is a standard practice that IPID always requests the copies of the docket in terms of Section 29, subsection 2 of the IPID Act 1 of 2011. The member of the South African Police or Municipal Police Service must provide their full cooperation to the Directorate, including but not limited to, number A, the arrangement of identification parade within 48 hours of the request made by the Directorate. B, the availability of members for the taking of an affidavit or an affirmed declaration to give evidence or produce any document in that member's possession or under his or her control which has a bearing on the matter being investigated. C, any other information or documentation required for investigation purposes. Whereas Section 33, subsection 3 of IPID Act 1 of 2011 stipulates that any police officer who fails to comply with Section 29 is guilty of an offense and liable on conviction for a fine or imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years.
IPID has this power in Section 33(3). It gives you quite serious power to compel compliance with 29(2). Does IPID use this power? Has it ever used this power?
Yes, Commissioner, this Section 33, we also have the regulations. In terms of the regulations, because Section 21, we've got subsection 1 and 2. With subsection 1, it deals with the reporting of the cases to IPID. So the regulation in terms of Section 29, subsection 1, is clear as to what must happen if the police fails to report the case. However, in terms of subsection 2, it doesn't give us a clear directives as to what must happen. It talks about talking to the person, requesting the reasons for not giving the documents, and then the NHI or the provincial management in terms of the province will give advice as to what must happen.
Well, I mean, implicit in 33(3) is that a criminal charge can be laid, a criminal
Yes.
complaint
Yes.
against a non-cooperative or uncooperative police officer.
Yeah.
And so whatever the regulations say, maybe the regulations say you must first follow these steps, try and persuade intergovernmental relations kind of provisions. Maybe it says that, but my question is, let me assume on the back of what you've said that the regulations require you to follow, they provide for a certain process before you get to the drastic step of laying a criminal complaint.
Yes.
My question is, I'm now at the criminal complaint stage, where General Libya has ignored you. I think it's also General Khobela or Colonel
General Kadwa.
Kadwa has ignored you, where there's been formal correspondence.
Yes.
And I'm assuming you have already exhausted whatever processes
Yes.
there may be that try to find a resolution, a friendly resolution to this. My question is now at the tail end. Has IPID ever invoked that provision that permits you to lay a criminal complaint and have people prosecuted?
Yeah, in terms of Section 29, subsection 1, we do have most of those cases of non-compliance.
So you have laid criminal
Criminal
complaints?
complaints, yeah. But the thing is with subsection 2, this one was, I would say it was a peculiar case. It has never happened before where we request the docket and somebody refused with the docket. It was one of its kind.
And nothing happened here?
And nothing happened.
No criminal complaint was
Yes,
laid?
Yes, because the NHR was supposed to give me instruction of saying go and open a case.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Perhaps to that, we can add, there should be a copy of a government gazette next to you there. I just need to refer you to that section. Commissioners, you should have a copy of the government gazette dealing with the IPID Act. Just to piggyback on section 33.3, can you also look into 33.1 and perhaps read that into the record?
Do you want me to go through?
Just
Okay.
read 33.1 only.
33.1, it says, any person or private entity who interferes, hinders, or obstructs the executive director or member of the directorate in the exercise or performance of his or her powers or functions is guilty of an offense and liable on conviction to a fine or imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years.
Yes, so my concern is that I think just to follow up on the point raised by Commissioner Baloyi is that there seems to be somehow some teeth being given to IPID. But the question is really, are they using same to bite? And I'll tell you why. I mean, if we go, for example, to the letter that you referred to by Commissioner Khumalo on page, I need to go to page 35.
Page
35
of my statement,
of your statement, yes. So the annexures,
or the annexure.
yes.
Annexure, what is the annexure
It will
number?
be TK 11. Let me just double check. Yes, it's TK 11.
11.
So it's a letter that you sent to, it was sent by your office
Okay.
to General Libya's office. And my concern is that, I mean, from paragraph 1 to 7, it's just the background. And the essence of your letter really is paragraph 8. on page 35, which says this. It is against this background that we request general intervention on this matter, as the continued delay in the obtaining copies of the docket hampers service delivery. My concern is that this letter, it does not come out as instructive as it could, given the powers that we've read to you. Yes, I understand that there are regulations, but I would have expected at the very least to say what kind of intervention exactly you are requesting. Secondly, perhaps state out that failure to comply, what would that potentially attract in terms of the act? And also explain what is meant by hampering service delivery. You know, and perhaps lastly, mention the consequences. And I suppose as lawyers as well, I would have found this letter to be having more bite if at least it gave deadlines as to when at least General Lebeya ought to have responded to this, so that you can say failure to respond by this date will take you that you are also hindering or obstructing our service delivery as it's put there. What's your comment to that?
I agree with that, Commissioner, because the letter does not have the time frame as to when do we need the copies of this docket. And
I've mentioned it's not only the timeline, it's other issues as well, that you don't set out what you require, but also the consequences of failure to comply. Now, going back to your statement at paragraph 24, that's on page 8.
On 2021-11-17, my supervisor drafted a letter to General Lebeya, National Head of DPCI, and was signed by IPD Executive Director.
Sorry,
No,
did we not stop at 27? Why are we going back to 24?
yes, I just wanted to ask you a question on 24. You'll see the last sentence there. You say that General Lebeya did not assist IPD with the request. Instead, he indicated that IPD must investigate without the copies of that docket. I've searched through the documents that you've provided to us. Can you assist us? Where did he indicate that? Or can you recall where he indicated that?
I don't have anything in writing with regard to that, but I remember we had the meeting with the NHI as a team, as the NC team, and the message was conveyed to me that General Lebeya said we must investigate without the copies of the docket.
Yes, I see that at paragraph 27, you say that the issue was discussed with the National Head of Investigation, and I was advised to continue with the investigation without the requested copies of the docket.
Yes.
I suppose my question then, ultimately, this was an internal decision to say, look,
Yeah, it was.
we have tried.
Yes,
Okay.
but not try enough because we're supposed to have opened a case.
Yes. I want us then to move to the next topic, which relates to your investigation. It says investigations conducted by IPD, and there you start with the statements that you took from the independent witnesses at paragraph 28. Can you take it from there, please?
Okay. IPD obtained the statement of other independent witnesses, the truck driver, the lady who was about to receive the goods, and the manager at Scania. The first person is Brightman Vusim Tembu, who was the truck driver. His statement attached the statement as TK12. indicated that on 2021-0708 in the morning, he was in Durban when he received a message from his company with the container details to be collected at Durban Harbour. He arrived at the Durban Harbour at about 13:20. He inspected the container and the seal was intact. He then took the container and drove to Rorikop, where he arrived at about 20:20. On 2021-0709 at about 6:30, he arrived at work and went to inspect the truck and found that the seal was still intact. He was about to take the container to Ayrton when he was informed that there are police officers who will escort him as they wanted to search the container. He was escorted by the police to Ayrton, and on arrival, the container was received by Jolene, who asked him to put the container at the bay. He did not see who opened the container. When he alighted from the truck, he noticed the black bags being loaded from the container into the Nissan NP300. A tall guy who identified himself as a police officer informed him that he was under arrest for transporting drugs. He tried to explain to the police officer that he did not know what was inside the container.
Just find out, what did you, because as I understand your report, part of your complaints or what causes you to refer to find that there is a case for defeating the ends of justice in this complaint is that the police officers that arrived on the scene, the General Khans and them, they caused their driver to be released. You accept that you accepted that he was under arrest, and then they ordered that he be released. Can I just understand, what is it about the conduct of the driver that you say that indicates to his arrest being proper, and therefore the instruction to release him being a case of defeating the ends of justice?
Other than the issue that he was the driver of the truck, when we interviewed the driver, it was clear that the driver did not know what was in the container. So even the first members who arrived first, they were supposed to have made like a proper investigation before they can arrest people.
So was your conclusion then about the driver that his arrest by Mahano Pakula team, Mashaba team, should not have happened?
It was premature.
Yeah, it shouldn't have happened.
Yes.
You used the word premature, but
Yes.
my question is,
Yeah.
given his explanation.
Yeah,
Okay.
because I think at that particular time, no one had interviewed him. They didn't even know the processes as to how does this person get these notifications with regard to collecting these containers and stuff.
Okay, thank you.
Perhaps just on it's a different subject, but still affecting the driver. I've read from you've provided us with a copy of your diary entry where you interviewed Mr. Nku. And he seems to suggest there, if my memory serves me well, that the driver is involved or somehow is implicated. Did I capture that? Is my recollection correct?
Yes, Commissioner, he did mention something like that.
Yeah.
Because he was indicating that the driver did not pass through these way bridges. So he drove from Durban to Rorikop without stopping at any way bridges. And according to him, because of him doing that, he knew what was inside the container.
And this weight bridges is where there's a potential, I suppose, search
Yes.
of the trucks.
Of the trucks, yes.
Yeah. Was it that the only inference from him to say because he didn't stop,
Yeah, that was the only inference.
that renders him
Yeah.
suspicious as well?
Yeah. He was saying maybe he was instructed by somebody that he mustn't stop anyway. He must just drive from Durban to Rodikop.
Now, when you spoke to Jolene and them, the Kukemos, did you explore this with them in terms of the traveling of the truck and the stops? Are they compulsory? Did you take this issue further with them when you interviewed them?
Commissioners, the Jolene's and the other lady who works for Scania, Jolene works for Scania, I think in South Africa. There's that other one, Scania Brazil.
Thanks, Rose.
They don't know as to the traveling arrangements because the company, the truck company belongs to another company. It belongs to Yellow Jersey,
Yes.
not the Scania, the Freighten, because the Jolene's company is Freighten, but they deals with Scania. In Jolene is Scania South Africa and the Roseland Scania Brazil. So they only request the transportation from the other company. What the other company tells their driver, they don't know.
Do you ask the driver about that allegation?
Yes.
And?
And he said no, he didn't get any instruction from anyone.
No. No, sorry. Let me clarify my question. Did you ask him about not stopping at way bridges?
Yes, we did.
And?
And he said he was in a hurry to go back home. He was tired. He didn't want to stop anyway.
Okay. But then later on, and I'm sure Mr. Msikidi will get there, but it's a topic that's related to this. You seem in your conclusions to have accepted that something was wrong with him not stopping at way bridges along the way.
Yes, Commissioner, because normally I don't know what is the purpose of these drugs going to these way bridges, whether there's a reason for them to go. Normally when I drive, I just saw the trucks going through way bridges. I don't know what is the purpose of those trucks going there. But if this one is saying this person did not even go to the way bridges, I went and asked the driver, why you didn't go to the way bridges? And his answer was that, no, I was tired. I just wanted to reach my destination on time.
Okay, you may misunderstand what I'm saying. You say in the conclusion the driver took the container at the harbour at about 13:30 and arrived at his company in Johannesburg at 2000 hours, which is very quick, I agree.
Yeah, it was very quick.
And then this is the part which I'm asking about. You say, which is highly unlikely for the truck. So you seem to give significance or even credence to Nku saying, he didn't stop along the way, which suggests he had instructions. So I was asking that kind of question, that did you accept that the driver must be implicated? That's why he was not stopping at way bridges, or in the way that you now, as you're sitting there, seem to speak about it, you now say, well, that's what Nku said. And yet your conclusion in paragraph 90 suggests you accepted what Nku said, that, yeah, indeed it is suspicious. And I was trying to clarify that with you.
Yeah, Commissioners, it is really suspicious that a truck can travel like from Durban from 1 o'clock and then 8 o'clock is now here in Johannesburg. It was really suspicious. However, if I were to investigate these, this was supposed to be been investigated by the Hawks to check as to whether is it true that this person did not go via those way bridges or not.
Now, I would say it was supposed, to the extent that it has been put to you by Nku, and you seem to make something of it, but you had to investigate it. Otherwise, you've just accepted the so-called informers' information to you, which may, which may be nothing. if you had investigated, for example, you could have asked Yellow Jersey, and maybe Yellow Jersey might have said, no, don't worry, this driver does this all the time, or there's nothing wrong with him not stopping. And between you and me, Assistant Director, we drive on the road and see very fast trucks, scaringly fast trucks. So the fact that it was fast alone in itself without more, it's difficult to accept that, therefore, it indicates the driver was in on whatever scheme was going on here. You would be expected to do further investigation of it before you say, yes, the conduct of the driver was suspicious. Ngu is on to something here.
Commissioner, it's difficult to investigate those kind of issues because it was going to look like we are now overstepping on the investigations that is being conducted by the SAPS. However, like I was saying, if we had the copies of the other docket, we're going to see as to what is in the docket, whether the police followed the issue of these way bridges or not. If not, IPID was going to do that. But we didn't want to investigate this issue, and this truck driver is not even a police officer where IPID have mandate to investigate such. So it was supposed to have been done by the police officers.
I guess my problem with you is you draw something out of it. If you had just recorded it, as Nku said, and left it at that, and it didn't look like you made anything of it, then you and I would not be having this conversation. We are having this conversation because Nku says this, and then you make something of it in paragraph 30, that yes, of course, that it was suspicious, the driver was suspicious, but you can't then sit there and say, well, it wasn't anything that I could investigate when you're drawing certain conclusions about the travel time. That's my concern about it.
Yeah.
But I've heard you.
Okay.
Thank you, Director. Can we then pick it up at paragraph 34, dealing with Jolene Kukemur?
Okay. Jolene Kukemur Wenzel, the lady who received the container, see attached annexure TK13, state that she is employed by Freight and Logistics Eretin. Her duties include, amongst others, receiving the goods, warehousing, and distribution of Scania, South Africa. On 2021-0709, at about 9, the container arrived at the warehouse from Yellow Jersey. The truck was accompanied by the police officer. On arrival, one police officer approached her and said they have a tip-off and requested her to open the container. She immediately took a file and went to the container to check the seal, comparing it with the arrival notification to check if they correspond. The seal was intact and corresponded. She then requested her colleague to open the container. As they opened the container, the black bags fell out of the container and the police officer said it was drugs. They were instructed to load the bags inside the Nissan buggy. After loading, the tall officer came with cable ties and he said he was arresting them. He was arresting her for receiving the goods, the driver for transporting the goods, and Cornelius because the goods belonged to him. He said he was taking them to the nearest police station.
Before you continue, just for the benefit of the commissioners, because I have consulted with the gentlemen involved here, you have also met them. Would you agree with me that when reference is made to the tall officer, it would refer to Mashaba? Would you accept that?
I don't even remember. I think he's tall. I don't remember him.
Of the three, he is the tallest between Pakula. Well, everybody's taller than me, but
I don't remember if he's the tallest. But I think it was him because the first people who arrived, it was him and Mahano.
And Nakhan is quite short.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think yes, they are referring to Mashaba.
Yes, so Commissioners, I think for now you can accept that at least when reference is made to the tall officer is Mashaba. And in any event, I think it ties down with what he says in that he effected the arrest.
Suggesting we take judicial notice of that.
Indeed.
All I can say is I did see that Warrant Officer Makhano is not really tall. But as for the rest and who's the tallest, I have no idea.
Deputy Director, can you then continue? I interrupted you when you were about to move to paragraph 38.
Okay. She informed her director about the arrest and that they must meet at the police station. She told them that she can't drive with them, and she went to her office to collect her belongings and went back and found Boysen's police. After some few minutes, police officer in red vehicle arrived and obtained her statement. While the police were busy obtaining her statement, police from Flying Squad and Hawks also arrived, and they dealt with the situation. At about 1700, the police officer who arrived first at the warehouse were arrested by the police officer who alleged they were from the Hawks. Francois Riquet, he states that on 2021-07-09, at about 9, he spoke to General Khan on the phone, explaining to him that the situation at the receiving warehouse of Scania in Omnia Park was getting volatile. He told him that the police were threatening him and his colleagues with arrest. He confirms that the container from Brazil was transporting parts, and they opened it on the instruction of the police. Black bags that were not supposed to be there were found in the container.
I just have two questions for you. At paragraph 39, Jolene says that the police from Flying Squad and the Hawks also arrived. And then she says they dealt with the situation. What is your understanding of what she means by that?
Because on from paragraph 37, because the police were telling her that she was being arrested, when she said the police, the Hawks arrived and dealt with the situation, my understanding was that they're the one who said, no, you cannot arrest this one. Then they arrested the other police who came first.
I'm not sure if I understand that, but let's move on to my last question on this aspect. Maybe you'll assist me. From at least for now, I know you interviewed a lot of people, but at least from the 3 independent witnesses that you interviewed, and we just went through their summary, is there any way you can draw the elements that will sustain a claim of defeat to the ends of justice against any of the 5 accused? And if so, can you then draw us to those allegations from these witnesses that will support what Makhane and them are saying?
Okay. These other police officers, they came later at the crime scene. There were 2 police officers from Boysen's who arrived first, who arrived after these Makhano and Mashaba arrived at the crime scene. I think they received a complaint from 10111 talking about issue, I think it was hijacking or something like that. They attended to the crime scene. They interviewed Makhano and Mashaba. And I think after their interaction with those police officers, they were satisfied with what was happening there, because they also gave their 08, like their report back to 10111, indicating that it is a legit operation, the police are working, and they were assisting the Mashaba and and Nkwana before even Phakula arrived at the crime scene. So for the Hawks members to come later and arrest these members without even following up on the information as to where the drugs were going, it was something else. Because I believe if maybe they asked Jolene, because Jolene was the one who was going to receive the goods, if they asked maybe as to the processes after receiving the goods, maybe we were going to find out as to where these drugs were going.
How so, though? How would that have been established?
I don't know if it is their practice at the Scania, when Jolene received the goods, maybe she checked everything that is inside the container to confirm as to what is inside, or is it an issue of her checking the seal to confirm that the seal is intact, and then she leaves the container like that, or she normally opens the container. If they asked the right question as to is it the first time when something like this happened to this, when she received this kind of, was it her first time to receive something like this or not? Maybe.
What answer do you think that would have elicited?
Maybe
If Jolene was aware that there were drugs in there, she would have feigned surprise. Would she not have?
Commissioner, because where the container was, it is a place for freight.
Do you think she would have owned up and said, these are my drugs, or these are Scania's drugs? Or?
Not drugs per se. I'm not sure if she will know as to what will be the content on those bags. But maybe she was going to say, no, we normally receive these bags, and then when we receive these bags, this is how we handle the bags. I'm just giving an example. Or she will say, no, this is the first time seeing something like this. Or she will say, we don't open the container because this is freighted.
Now, in the face of being arrested, don't you think, that is by the officers who are now complainants, don't you think that would have caused her to give the sort of answers you are talking about now?
I don't know what was Jolene's statement at that particular time, because I got the information that Phakula was obtaining Jolene's statement when he was arrested. I don't know what kind of questions was he asking Jolene.
I think the thrust of the position of all the people that Warrant Officer Phakula, Warrant Officer Nkwana, and Chief Mashaba arrested, I think the thrust of their responses was basically that they knew nothing about
the drugs.
Yes. So I'm not sure where what you are suggesting would have taken anybody.
Yeah, but now, Commissioner, the drugs, we've got the drugs here.
Perhaps let me give you some background. People who have expertise in this field have said that it's very difficult, if not impossible, to ever get to know who the person supposed to receive the consignment is. And in fact, I think, the officers who testified or gave evidence on this, they basically said they have never found, in all of their investigations, they have never found the consignee. So I think what you are saying probably has everything to do with the fact that you have no expertise in this field. Your comment on that?
Commissioner, I don't have expertise with drugs, but when you talk about this consignment
Yes.
coming from Brazil.
To give you names, I think it was Uflin, and then also Sander. Yeah, both of them said they have never. Yeah, I think even Colonel Jacob, they have never been able to apprehend
the owner.
the consignee or the
Okay.
owner, as you put it.
Yeah, I accept that, Commissioner, but if the Hawks, maybe they dealt with the scene as, not the way they dealt with to maybe the statement of those people. I don't know whether they know more than they are saying at the moment because they were arrested. If maybe the police were working with them at that particular time, maybe, I'm just saying maybe because I don't know, maybe they were going to say more.
Indications, and you say which people probably know more?
Commissioner?
Which people do you say maybe know more? No.
Mashaba and
Oh, okay.
and Tumelo.
Oh, okay,
Yes.
all right.
Because I cannot talk of Makanu and Pakula because they only came later. Commissioner?
Mahano was there right from the beginning. I thought your basis for saying
But,
maybe he knows nothing is founded on some other reason, but not the timing of his arrival. He was there right from. He even went to Yellow Jersey, so he was there.
I'm talking
Let's not speak at the same time.
Okay.
He was there right from the beginning.
Yes.
I'm not shutting you down. There are problems with transcription when people speak at the same time.
No, I'm saying he came later, Commissioner, because I'm talking about he was only notified in the morning. Even Mashaba called Pokungwani first, and then he was referred to Mashaba. Yes, he was there, but I'm saying maybe he did not have information more than what Mashaba and Nku had. So I'm saying if maybe the police were working, they tried to work with Mashaba and Nku, we're going to get more information.
There, I think you are correct, because based on the chats that we have been shown, these others interacted even before Mahano's involvement. At that level, I would agree with you. Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Just ask the question, how is the failure to ask the question, who do these drugs belong to, how does it constitute defeating the ends of justice, your conclusion? Because ultimately that's what this is about. It's about certain conduct, and you say that conduct constitutes defeating the ends of justice. And now in your testimony, as you were speaking to the chair, you say they didn't, for example, they prevented them from asking the question, maybe they should have asked Jolene. You're surely not saying the failure to get that question asked is to defeat the ends of justice.
Okay. For them to fail to do proper investigation, I would say from where I'm sitting is like they were protecting the owner. They knew who the owner of the drugs was, but they didn't want, they wanted somebody to be blamed because now these four disturbed this smooth movement of these drugs.
You're also not saying that an investigation would and should have happened on that day in Eraton, on the scene, done and completed and gotten all the answers. You're not suggesting that. Because
Commissioner?
you're not saying that the investigation should have happened on that day, on the scene, all these answers obtained, who the drugs belong to, and all of those answers closing, basically getting the answers that you say they should have gotten. And because that did not happen, because the General Khans and others arrived,
Yes.
you're not saying that was the end of it. I mean, an investigation is ongoing, right? It's not just on the day at the
No.
scene.
No.
So when you say their conduct on the day at the scene constitutes defeating the ends of justice because they prevented these questions, they prevented getting answers to this and that, you're limiting it to the day as if an investigation is just that one day and that would have been the end of it. Can you maybe just explain?
Commissioner, I'm saying that because of, with them arresting these four, they are shifting the whole focus of getting the real owner of the drugs into these four people.
Do you know that by now, by the time you write your report, you know Mahano is not an investigator of narcotics. You know that. You know that Mashaba is not an investigator of this kind of stuff. You know that.
Yes.
You know Nku has nothing to do with all of this.
Yes.
So, unless you are saying the defeating of the ends of justice happened on that day, if that's what you're saying, I can see. I may have problems with you saying that, but I can see that you limit it to the facts on the day itself, and then you say an investigation would have been done on the day, all the answers obtained, and you frustrated that happening on the day, and therefore you defeated the ends of justice. I can see that. But if you accept that an investigation would have been an ongoing process, how do you get, and I've given you the fact of Mahano is not an investigator. He had no business to be there beyond that one day. Mashaba is not SEPS. He's not SANEP. He has no business to be there beyond that day if he ever had a business at all. Nku is a supposed informer, so he's completely irrelevant to conducting an investigation, as in he can be one of the personnel. How do you get to there was a defeating of the ends of justice as if it started and ended on the day itself? It wasn't going to happen to be a continuing process.
Okay. Commissioners, the police were supposed to have opened an inquiry because at that particular time, at the crime scene, nobody knew as to the owner of the said drugs or the said packages. So, but for them to arrest people without having information, I took it as if they knew who the owner was of the drugs, but because of these first four disturbed their own mission, the police mission, or whoever drugs belongs to, now they must punish these first four with arrest.
Were you told that one of the SEPS people that arrived asked about an inquiry number and Pakula said, we don't need that. I don't need that, I don't have time for that. When he was asked, where is an inquiry number?
I don't remember.
Well, there is evidence like that Pakula, I think it is Pakula, but it's one of the Mahano party of people who said, I didn't have time and there's no time for that. This is an urgent operation. So you should be actually charging Pakula for not getting an inquiry number because they're the first people on the scene. And that's what we've learned from the evidence, that the people that do the drug bust, they are the ones that arrange for the registering of an inquiry number. So you seem also now to be blaming the wrong people for not having an inquiry number, when in fact Pakula and Mahano, as the first responders on the scene, should have gotten that inquiry number. But that, you may not be aware of that evidence, but that's the evidence that we've had.
No, I'm not aware.
Okay, thank you.
Director, before we conclude, the difficulty with all of this is if you look at page 10, paragraph 37 of the statement, which is where you were. They opened the container, black bags fell out, the police officer says it's drugs. Instruct that they be loaded in the Nissan Baki, the tall one starts taking out cable ties and arresting people. There's something seriously wrong with that. Because first of all, you cordon off the scene, you call the right people, they put whatever it is that is found there in exhibit bags, it gets booked in. Within 7 days, it must go to FSL, which must determine that this is drugs. Then the investigation continue and you can arrest people for being in possession of drugs.
That's true.
Here, you're just seeing black bags. For all you know, it could be powder milk. It could be soap. You've got somebody who's only ever arrested people for dacha, deciding that these are drugs and arresting the driver and arresting the manager. You don't do that.
Yeah.
So the mere fact that they had done that was improper to begin with. So it's not shifting blame. As Commissioner Baloyi correctly points out, the investigation does not start and end on the 9th of July. Maybe after 10 days, once it was determined that these were drugs, then the investigation would go back to the driver and the warehouse manager and all those people. And then they become suspects because you've determined that these are drugs. And then you take their statements and possibly they can be arrested. But the way it was done, where containers fall out, bags fall out of a container, they are put in a Nissan Baki and somebody already decides, based on how the bags smell, that these are drugs, was improper. So the simple point is that none of that could happen in a day. The most important thing that should have happened in that day was that the exhibits are properly secured,
Yeah.
they are booked properly, and the prescripts are followed to determine what is in those bags, so that if there's a need to arrest anybody, people can be arrested.
That's true, Commissioner.
But there can be defeating the ends of justice based on within 30 minutes bags fall out, somebody determines that they are drugs, somebody already determines who the drugs belong to, and somebody already determines who must be arrested. So the reason why the driver and the other people were released, or there was an instruction that they should be released, for the time being, it was because it was premature to arrest them to begin with. Now, Commissioner Baloyi's point, why is that defeating the ends of justice? If the investigation is not closed on the day, it's a continuing investigation, and the very people can still be arrested on some other day, or their statements can still be taken on some other day.
Yeah, I hear you, Commissioner. On that day, no one was supposed to have been arrested.
So stopping there, releasing those people then cannot constitute defeating the ends of justice if nobody should have been arrested. I would understand if the driver was a Brazilian who was leaving the country the following day, and his release would have resulted in the police never getting hold of him ever again.
Yes.
But you don't have those facts in this case.
No, I hear you, Commissioner.
So you accept Commissioner Baloyi's point?
I accept. That is why even previously I indicated that when Commissioner was saying, I indicated that the arrest was prematurely for the driver, that they were not supposed to have arrested the driver because of when I interviewed the driver, it was clear that the driver didn't know about what was in the container. So I'm saying on that day, no one was supposed to have been arrested. But with them arresting the others, it seems as if they knew where these drugs were going, but they wanted to shift.
Nobody knows that it's drugs on that day.
I don't follow that logic.
Oh, okay. I'll stop where I'm saying nobody was supposed to have been arrested on that day. Okay. Okay.
Leave it there.
Okay.
Assistant Director, just to round off the point by Commissioner Baloyi, on page 5 of your statement, at paragraph 18.5, I'll just read that into the record.
Okay.
So 18.5, it says, a police officer who was later known to them as Warrant Officer Rikhotso arrived and had an argument with Warrant Officer Pakula. Warrant Officer Rikhotso did not want them to open a case, but to open an inquiry file. Warrant Officer Pakula refused, and he was then told that General Khan was on his way. So this is just to bring to attention that the issue of the inquiry file was raised between Rikhotso and Pakula saw no need to pursue that. And I suppose to round off the last conversation you had with Commissioner Khumalo is that we then accept that if you say that no one was supposed to be arrested, we can accept that you were not investigating a case of unlawful arrest
No.
in this case.
No, IP does not have mandate to investigate unlawful arrest.
Yes. Can we then move to paragraph 42? The topic is statements of...
Sorry, oh, you're starting a new heading now.
Yes, Chair.
Statements of sub-stock unit members.
Yes, Chair.
Let's do that tomorrow. Let's adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow.